On that fateful day, everything shattered. I walked into my own home only to find my wife, Julie, in bed with Dr. Richard Peters. The betrayal cut deeper than any wound. Anger surged through me, and I unleashed a fury I never knew existed. With a high-pressure hose in hand, I sprayed them, watching their faces contort in pain and shock. My love, my trust, everything was a lie. As I stood there, drenched in revenge, I knew one thing. This was just the beginning of my descent into madness. Friday, July 15th, 2016. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Oh no, not again. I slowly opened my eyes for the 1,000th time, questioning why I had chosen that song as my alarm. The answer was always the same. I thought it was funny and hoped it would make Julie, my wife, laugh. That was Monday. Today is Friday, and there's no chance of a repeat. By now, I was really sick of that song. What is Love by Hathaway? I wished I could change it. I reached over and turned off my phone, then sat up. The scene was different from Monday. I was in the guest room. Julie said she had a sore throat and might be getting sick. Funny how when I'm sick, I go to the guest room. And when she's sick, I still go to the guest room. I thought about going to work, but quickly decided against it. It was 5 a.m. Julie would sleep until 6:30 before starting her day. I usually got up earlier because I took the train into New York every morning. Julie worked at a local hospital in Trenton as a clerk in the billing department. Since I didn't feel like doing anything important, I decided to have some fun today. I got up and put on shorts and a t-shirt, moving quietly so I wouldn't wake Julie. I picked my fuzzy slippers instead of shoes for comfort. I got into my old Ford Taurus and drove through our quiet neighborhood. I passed the train station where I usually park to commute into the city. I had time to kill, so I went to IHOP. I couldn't decide what to order. I'd had everything on the menu many times before. When the waitress came over, I still hadn't made up my mind, so I just went for it. "Are you ready to order, sir? Or do you need more time?" asked the tired-looking middle-aged woman. "One of everything." "Sir? One of everything on the breakfast menu. Entrees, sides, drinks, everything." She looked worried, probably thinking I was joking or planning to run off without paying. So I handed her my credit card. "Here you go. Ring it up and add a 50% tip for yourself. Send the food out as it's ready." Now she was smiling. "Yes, sir. Would you like to move to a bigger table? You'll need the space." Good idea, Flo. Her name tag said Janet, but she didn't correct me. I thought I could have called her anything and she would have just smiled and said, "Yes, sir." She led me to a big table in the middle of the restaurant, noticeably happy. I felt like I'd made her whole week. The restaurant was half full, with more people coming in as the breakfast rush started. I probably looked a bit silly sitting alone at a table for 10 with plates covering it. I got a lot of strange looks, and some younger folks were taking pictures. I wondered how much attention I was getting on social media. Around 8 o'clock, the place was packed. A man with a family of 6 was waiting for a table and kept glaring at me because I was taking up so much space. He angrily gestured at me as he talked to the hostess. So I slowed down. I hadn't eaten much. I was browsing the web on my phone, occasionally reaching out to sample something. Now I put my phone down and started going from plate to plate, taking one bite from each. I made sure to maintain eye contact with Angry Dad. His face got redder, and his wife tried to calm him down. He shook her off and took a step towards me. I stood up quickly, my chair flying back with a crash. I flung my arms wide and shouted at him, "You want to go? Come at me, bro! This is my IHOP! All the pancakes are mine!" You could hear a pin drop. Everyone in the restaurant was staring at me, some even filming with their phones. From the corner of my eye, I checked on my tables. Without breaking eye contact with Angry Dad, I grabbed some blueberry and vanilla pancakes. I took a big bite, making a mess on my face, and dropped the rest on the table. Then, I walked out the door. Angry Dad's son gave me a secret thumbs up when his dad wasn't looking. Once outside in the parking lot, I wished I had grabbed a napkin, but it would have spoiled the moment. I wiped my hand on a shirt in my car's back seat and drove away. Sometimes my situation felt freeing. I knew my behavior was becoming more unstable. Not long ago, yelling at a stranger in public was unimaginable. But when you feel like your actions don't matter, you start to lose control. More on that later. It was only 8:30, and I had a couple of hours to kill. I thought about seeing a movie, but I had seen them all. There was a mall nearby, and a flash mob was supposed to happen at 9:15. I could watch or even join in. But it was mostly teenagers, and at 27 I felt too old for that. So what did I do? Nothing. I just sat in my car, not even turning on the radio. I zoned out. At 11:30, I snapped out of it and went to Home Depot. I bought the longest garden hose they had and a nozzle that I knew would give a strong spray. It didn't have a shut-off valve, so I'd have to fold the hose to stop the water. I got home a little after 12:15. Perfect. As I had expected, Julie's Honda was in the driveway along with a red Porsche Cayenne that belonged to Dr. Richard Peters. I called him Dr. Dick. I parked behind the Porsche and dragged the hose to the front of the house. Before turning on the water, I went inside to the garage. I could hear some noises from the second floor, but I knew they wouldn't hear me. I got a pair of pliers and bent the end of the metal nozzle until it was less than half its original size. Then I walked back outside, attached it to the hose, and turned on the water full blast. The 100-foot hose could easily reach up the stairs to our bedroom door. On the way, I grabbed a small stool from the kitchen. I placed it in front of the door, checking to make sure it was in the right spot. This was the most delicate part of the plan. Then I stood behind it with the bent hose and slowly opened the door. The sight never got easier. Dr. Dick was on top and my wife's legs were barely moving. They weren't very loud, just some grunts and the occasional or yes. I'd seen enough before, so I decided to start my plan right away. They didn't know I was there until I blasted them with the hose. That nozzle with my modifications, it stung like crazy. The first feeling wasn't cold or wet, but sharp pain. I aimed for Dr. Dick first. He screamed and rolled off the bed. Then I turned the hose on my wife. She got soaked and panicked. The water wouldn't harm her, but it was painful. She screamed and rolled off the other side of the bed. Dr. Dick got up and tried to talk me down. "Samuel, I know how this must Lou." "It's hard to talk with a strong stream of water hitting you." He tried to twist away. Julie peeked over the bed, looking scared. Dr. Dick saw I wasn't stopping, so he charged at me. Have you ever played that carnival game where you shoot water into a clown's mouth? The live-action version is more fun. I hit Dr. Dick mid-yell, and he gasped, choking on the water. I kept spraying him. Ear, eye, bald spot, mouth, across the bed at Julie. Ear, mouth, crotch, 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 crotch. Dr. Dick finally caught his breath and ran at me with his eyes closed. He was about to hit me, but I stepped aside. The stool came into play. Dr. Dick tripped and crashed through the wall into the bathroom. That pretty much ended the fight. I folded the hose to stop the water. I moved over and put my foot on Dr. Dick's lower back to keep him from moving. My wife, noticing the calm moment, decided to step in. "Sam, I'm so sorry. I don't know what to say." I have to give her credit. We had talked about her cheating many times, and she never tried to make it seem like it was nothing. She didn't blame me, didn't say it was just once or that it didn't matter. Though she wasn't always open, she never really lied either. But today, I didn't want to have that same old talk. She slowly came closer, wrapped in a blanket. One hand held the blanket at her chest, the other kept it from touching the floor. She looked awful, wet, crying, and all over the place. Her words felt like noise to me. I was more focused on how close she was getting to Dr. Dick and me. "Please, baby, talk to me. Tell me there's something I can do. Tell me I haven't ruined everything." I stayed silent. Dr. Dick was still like a mouse, probably hoping I'd forgotten about him. No chance of that. I waited until she was 3 steps away. The next part had to be done perfectly. Step 1. When she was in the middle of a step, I turned on the water, hitting her right at the waist. She tried to block it with both hands, and the blanket got tangled in her feet. While she was still falling, I turned to Dr. Dick. He was pretty relaxed and not ready for what was coming. Step 2. I used the high-powered enema. As someone who isn't into this kind of thing, it made me uncomfortable, but sometimes you do things for a reason. He wasn't expecting it and screamed, struggling, but he couldn't do much. Julie was now on her hands and knees, still caught in the blanket. She was close enough for me to grab her hair. I didn't want her to leave before this was over. Step 3. Wait 8 seconds. Step 4. Release. I quickly stepped back, letting go of Julie and the hose. Dr. Peters had tried hard to hold it, but what goes in must come out. The nozzle came out, followed by a spray of, well, you can guess. Julie, just a few feet away, didn't need to guess. She really shouldn't have had her mouth open. I watched Julie gagging and Dr. Dick crying softly for a few moments. Then I walked out. I was halfway to my car when I stopped. My little revenge was over, and now I felt empty. Getting in the car seemed too hard, and figuring out where to go was even worse. There was nowhere to go, nothing to do. It all felt meaningless. I felt meaningless. Instead of getting in my car, I walked to my neighbor Ted's house. He kept a key in a fake rock under a window. I went upstairs to his bedroom, to his bedside table. I opened it, took out the gun he kept there, put it in my mouth, pulled the trigger. Friday, July 15th, 2016. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. I slowly sat up in bed. Dear God, when is this going to end? Friday, July 15th, 2016. Day 1. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me no more. The first day was just a normal day. I got up at 5 a.m. in the guest room, got dressed in the suit I had laid out the night before, and traveled to New York. I went to my office on Wall Street. Well, to my cubicle. I was an analyst at Broadwell and Marks. My job was to research companies and financial products. I tried to find out which ones would do well and which would not. Then I gave my findings to a junior associate who reviewed my work along with others. The junior associate made recommendations to a senior associate who made the actual buy and sell decisions. The senior associate took credit for the good results and blamed us for any bad ones. When people hear Wall Street, they think you must be doing well, climbing the ladder of success. I was stuck at the bottom. I got the job right after I graduated at 21 from Rutgers with a degree in finance. The degree got me in, but in the 6 years since then, I hadn't moved up much. Moving up on Wall Street is often about who you know, not just what you know. While I'm not the best, I've seen less qualified people move up faster than me. Still, I made a good salary. My career was moving slower than I hoped, but I believed I would get there someday. I just hoped I'd be young enough to enjoy it. I spent a busy day going through financial documents, then headed home a little after 6. When I walked in, I could smell something delicious from the kitchen. Julie didn't have to commute as much as I did, so she left for work later and came home earlier. She worked in a hospital but wasn't a healthcare provider, so she kept regular hours. Julie cooked dinner most nights, and I tried to cook on weekends if I didn't have to work overtime, which happened often. Tonight was breakfast for dinner. The smell of bacon was amazing. Yum. What is that heavenly smell? Bacon and eggs are ready, home fries are in the oven. I set the toaster when I heard you pull up. I wasn't talking about the food, I said as I nuzzled her neck and took a deep breath. She shivered a little. Julie always loved when I played with her neck. I loved to gently breathe on the back of her neck and work my way around with soft kisses. Julie would tilt her head back, mouth open a little, letting out small sighs and shivers. While the smell of bacon is nice, it's nothing compared to the fresh, sweet smell of a woman. Julie had this amazing ability to always smell good. Women might say it's not easy at all. It takes a lot of work, and I think I can speak for all men when I say we really appreciate it. Oh God, stop that, Sam. Save it for later. I'm hungry. So am I. I had moved on to kissing her neck, adding a little nibbling. I teased Julie that she had a thing for vampires. Forget it. We can heat the food up later, she said, turning to give me a big kiss. But now it was my turn to stop things. No, you're right. You cooked. We shouldn't let it go to waste. I quickly stepped over to the cabinet and pulled out a couple of plates. Julie looked torn between anger and humor. You're gonna get it later, Buster. Don't wear that mouth out because it's getting a workout. I take it your sore throat is gone? False alarm, you're back in our bed tonight. We didn't rush to bed after dinner. We cuddled on the couch and watched some TV. Julie loves a show called Trauma. It claims to be a serious medical drama set in a trauma center, but it focuses more on the love lives of the doctors and nurses. Julie said the show was exaggerated, but there was some truth in it. She said the hospital where she worked was also full of gossip about who was dating who. It wasn't comfortable to hear about these things happening at her job, but I didn't blame my wife for what her coworkers did. Any job with a lot of stress and money can lead to bad behavior. I worked on Wall Street with so-called alpha men who cheated on their partners without a second thought. Some days, the lobby of our office looked like bring your girlfriend to work day. The boldness of some people was shocking. Around 10 p.m., we did our usual night routine, locking up and turning out lights. We made love, and I fell asleep with a smile. Honestly, I don't remember much of that first day. At the time, it was just a regular weekday for a happily married man. One thing to note is that I changed my alarm before bed to one of the standard ones on my phone. I'd been waking up to Hadaway for a week and was sick of it. Friday, July 15th, 2016. Day 2. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. What's going on? I'm not a morning person. I'm okay once I get moving, but getting out of bed is hard, and I'm not at my best until I've had coffee. This morning, I was more than just sleepy. I was fully confused. Why was I in the guest room? Didn't I change that alarm? Why was my alarm going off on a Saturday when I didn't have to work? Have you ever had a very real dream where you just go through a normal day? You get up, go to school or work, then at some point during the day you just wake up? That was my first thought, though I usually wake up from those dreams halfway. And I usually spend part of the dream losing my clothes in public. Could this be one of those dreams? It felt so real. Did I dream a whole day? I must have. There, on the chair in the guest room, was the suit I had laid out Thursday night. Or was it last night? I walked over to it. Same suit, same shirt, same tie. I picked up the shirt and sniffed it. It definitely wasn't worn. The suit was unwrinkled, still in its wrap from the cleaners. Weird. I shook it off and got dressed. At this point, I was just angry that I dreamed of working for 9 hours. My mind must be playing tricks on me. At least it could have given me a fantasy office. Maybe have my new boss, Scarlett Johansson, giving me a hard time. The drive to New Jersey Transit didn't seem unusual. I had driven it so many times that it would be strange if it did. But the train was different. I got on the third car and sat on the east side as usual. There wasn't any reason I did this. The third car stopped in front of the newsstand where I got my morning paper, Wall Street Journal. I just walked straight in and took the first open seat I saw. The trouble started at the first stop after Trenton. A young blonde got on and sat next to me. The problem was that I remembered her from my dream. She was a typical young commuter, wearing casual clothes and a backpack, texting and listening to her earbuds. She wasn't especially memorable, except she had her hair in a ponytail, exposing earlobes that were stretched wide enough for a small tube. Not that she had tubes in them, of course. Her earrings were unusual. I clearly remembered her from last night's dream. I remembered wondering if her ears looked like cooked spaghetti without the rings. I also wondered if she let her boyfriend kiss her ear holes. Apparently, I had been staring because she snapped at me in that direct New Yorker way. What are you staring at, jerk? Does he kiss them? Oh, no. Did I say that out loud? What did you say? Nothing. Just thinking out loud, sorry. I quickly moved to the back of the train car, followed by a string of insults and threats. Most of the other riders didn't even look up. Typical day on the train. I sat down feeling foggy. Was it the same girl? It had to be true. But how could I know for sure? I couldn't just ask her. Were you in my dream last night? No way. Was it even a dream? Maybe I got my days mixed up. Maybe yesterday was actually Thursday. But the clothes I was wearing, I was driving myself crazy. So I decided to follow my daily routine. Every morning on my way to work, I read the journal, and that did it. It was the same exact paper. I am not that imaginative. I didn't dream read every single article in a whole newspaper. I flipped through it quickly, not believing my eyes. I recognized every piece. I'd read them all. Even if I didn't remember every detail, there was no way I could mistakenly think I had read it the day before. The rest of that day was a blur. I'm pretty sure I went to work. I stumbled through the day like a zombie, or maybe more like a scared little dog, eyes wide and shaking. Every 15 minutes, I had another déjà vu moment. I couldn't stop remembering things as they happened right in front of me. I truly felt like I was losing my mind. Friday, July 15th, 2016, Day 3. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. I woke up suddenly. I was back in the guest bedroom and I screamed. It wasn't a high-pitched scream. It was very manly, like a roar. My wife came running in. Did you hear that? It sounded like a woman screaming. She ran to the window, looking for someone in trouble. That was me. What? Did you hurt yourself? Are you okay? No, I think I'm going crazy, Julie, I croaked. What do you mean? You're scaring me, baby. I paused for a moment before answering. If I was going to share this with anyone, it had to be my wife. But saying it out loud was a big step. I might really be losing it. I didn't want to frighten my wife, or worse, have her think I was crazy. I keep reliving the same day. This is the third day in a row I've woken up here in the guest room on July 15th. Yesterday, I thought I was just confused, but now I know it's real. Julie looked worried. She wanted to support me, but she also looked doubtful. I couldn't blame her. I wouldn't believe me either. How could I prove it to her? Baby, she said, maybe it's stress. Maybe you should take the day off and rest. Are you sure it wasn't just a bad dream? You're still in bed. It looks like you just woke up and screamed. I had an idea. Go get dressed. I'll prove it to you. I've read today's paper twice now. Come with me to the store and you'll see. I have to give her credit. Normally she would still be in bed, but she didn't argue. She just got dressed quickly. Despite my weird claims, she wanted to help however she could. I loved her so much for that. Knowing Julie was by my side made me feel calmer. I was sure of myself as we drove to the gas station and bought a copy of the journal. We went back home and sat at the kitchen table, ready to test my idea. But my confidence was misplaced. My plan was for Julie to choose an article at random, and I would tell her details from it that I couldn't have known without reading it. Even though I had read the paper twice over the last couple of days, I hadn't memorized it. When Julie chose an article, I could usually tell her roughly what it was about and some details, but not always. I hadn't thought about being tested later. Julie had to read some parts to me before I remembered them. Even worse, since most of the articles were about financial news, Julie thought I could have just known some of the content. If an article was about Apple's second quarter earnings, it didn't take pre-knowledge to guess that the sales figures for the new iPhone were mentioned. If I could quote specific numbers, well, I did work on Wall Street. Wow, this is embarrassing. Well, it wasn't very clear, but honestly, you knew more than I thought you would. I can see this is really bothering you. I'm going to call Susan and take the day off. I don't think you should be alone. Susan was the head of the billing department at Julie's hospital. I knew she wouldn't have trouble getting the day off. More than anyone I knew, Julie was the most honest and hardworking person. She never lied. Her bosses loved her. She didn't have many jobs, but when she did, her bosses would want to keep her. While I was slowly climbing the corporate ladder, Julie was already the assistant director of the billing department at St. Gertrude's. The hospital wanted to promote her before some other company snatched her up. She walked back into the kitchen where I was sitting, feeling down. "Come on, Sam," she said, leading me to the living room and sitting with me on the couch. I ended up laying my head in her lap as she gently stroked my hair. I just closed my eyes and tried to clear my mind. I had worn myself out, thinking in the kitchen about how to prove what was happening. But there was nothing I could think of. If I could take her to work, maybe. But nothing memorable happened that I could predict, and while she was very understanding, asking her to take the train to New York just to follow my rantings might be asking too much. We spent the day chatting, trying to keep things light. I think Julie hoped that distracting me and calming me would help break me out of whatever was happening. She did a good job keeping me busy, but I didn't forget why we were at home instead of working. Even so, I enjoyed the day. People say that sharing a problem makes it easier to deal with. Julie might not have believed my story entirely, but she was very supportive. As evening came, a new idea popped into my head. Trauma. What's that, sweetie? Trauma, your hospital TV show. There's a new episode tonight. I've seen it already. I'll tell you what happens. I don't know. I hate spoilers. What? Just kidding, she laughed. Sorry, I know I shouldn't joke about it. Go ahead and tell me. I smiled. She almost had me there, and her joke eased the tension a bit. Okay. There's a school bus crash, and 4 kids are rushed to the ER. 3 kids have minor injuries, but a little girl needs surgery for internal bleeding. Later in the show, they have to operate again when a bone fragment causes more bleeding. Dr. Waters and Dr. Shaw share a moment in a supply closet. Nurse Johnson gets a warning to deal with her drug habit or lose her job. And Dr. Dreamy faces a paternity lawsuit, but they leave that as a cliffhanger. Julie stayed silent for a minute, trying to process all the details. That's too much detail to be guesses. I'll wait for the show to see. Of course, sweetie, I'm not offended. I understand why you'd be unsure. I'm just glad you're giving me a chance. When Trauma came on, Julie watched closely. 20 minutes in, she gave me odd looks. After 40 minutes, she seemed confused. By the end, she looked scared. It's real. You've really seen this before. I don't understand. Are you living the same day over and over? 3 times now. But I don't remember anything. Is it just you, or is everyone stuck? And only you know. And why is it happening? She asked all the questions I should have been asking. I was too caught up in the moment to think clearly. I have no idea, sweetie. But with you by my side, I feel much better. I don't know how much help I'll be in figuring out the how and why, but more important is, can we stop it? That made me pause. Stop it? I was just hoping it would end on its own. Maybe tomorrow I'll wake up and it'll be Saturday. This time loop isn't natural. It can't last long. Can it? We brainstormed for a while, but it was getting late, almost 11 o'clock. We were exhausted. I had been awake since 5 a.m. trying to find proof of my experience and scared that I was losing my mind. Maybe we should go to bed and talk about this in the morning, I said. But I won't remember anything in the morning, sweetie. We'll have to start all over. I really wasn't thinking clearly. That's it, Julie exclaimed. What's it? Don't go to bed. The day resets when you sleep, so don't. Could it be that simple? Just stay up past midnight until it's Saturday, July 16th? It seems so easy. You're a genius, sweetie. We felt pretty clever. In hindsight, it was naive to get so excited about our idea. We had no clue about how the time loop worked. Even now, I only have guesses. We stayed up till midnight with no trouble. We were full of energy. When the clock struck 12 a.m., we jumped up and down happily. Slowly, our excitement faded. We realized something important at the same time. Is that it? Julie asked as I said, how do we know if it worked? What if it resets not at midnight, but when I sleep? Julie had no answer. As our energy wore off, I felt very tired. You go to bed, sweetie. I'll get some coffee and stay up. If the loop is broken, I'll just have a tired Saturday. No need for you to miss your rest. Nonsense. We're doing this together. I smiled. That's the beauty of marriage, knowing someone has your back. I won't bore you with what we did to stay awake. Julie fell asleep at the kitchen table a little after 4. I didn't wake her. I just watched her, feeling full of love. I don't think I fell asleep. Friday, July 15th, 2016. Day 4. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. Day 3 set the pattern for the next week. I would wake Julie up calmly and tell her what was going on. Once convinced, she'd call us both off work. I wouldn't have bothered, but that's Julie. Plus, I rarely proved the loop before work time, though I did get better at that. I started paying more attention to what was around me, so I could better guess what would happen next. It seemed like one of the few good things about being stuck in a time loop was knowing what would come next. Why waste that by being lazy? It took a lot of practice, actually a ton of practice, but I finally got really good at noticing things. So did we use our brains and solve this? Not really. Mostly we guessed about why it was happening to me. Did a god, big G or not, do this? It didn't seem likely. Neither my wife nor I went to church. We hadn't been inside one since our wedding, so we couldn't figure out why any god, if they were real, would care about me. It's simple, really. I am the chosen one. Julie smiled. Chosen one? You sure about that? Chosen for what? Greatness, of course. Of course, silly me, but who chose you for this greatness, Sam? Someone very wise, very wise. When there's a choice to be made, choose Sam. Well, I chose you. Can't argue with that logic, she laughed. Another day, another talk. Maybe I'm being Scrooged, I said. So would that make me the ghost of Christmas present? But hey, that's not a bad idea, Sam. I know, I was half serious. There are a lot of stories about people stuck in strange time loops. Usually the reason is to teach them something. Could those stories come from some shared memory, made-up tales about something we know could happen? Julie looked thoughtful. What would you need to learn, though? It's kind of early in the year for Christmas spirit. I've never been the bah humbug sort anyway, I replied. Could there be something special about today? Neither of us could think of anything, so we checked the internet. Well, I said, it is National Tapioca Pudding Day. So maybe you need to learn the power of pudding. Easy, we'll just buy some at the store. I'm up for that, but just in case, we should probably keep looking. Another day, another talk. If this isn't from a higher power, then there must be a science reason. Where would we find answers? What do we even call what's happening to you? Julie asked. Let's call it a time loop. We're dealing with time, so it has to be a physics or math problem, I think. I agree, she replied. Somewhere on some college campus, there's probably some super nerd who has studied time problems. She looked thoughtful again. Actually, saying that out loud, I'm sure there are many people who study time. I just don't know if any of them could help us. I bet all their work is purely in theory. Once again, I was struck by how Julie always called this our problem and talked about what we needed to do. Even though she wasn't stuck in this time loop, she made it clear that she was in it with me. It might not have made a practical difference, but I really appreciated it. So should we try to research time loops? Julie asked. Where would we even start? We could watch the Rocky Horror Picture Show, she giggled. I'm serious, Sam. So am I, Jules, very serious. You wake up fresh every day. I give you a summary of what we've talked about, and you just dive into the problem. You never lose energy because it's always new to you. But this is day 12 of talking about this non-stop for me. I'm getting tired. Let's go to the nicest restaurant we can get into without a reservation. Then we'll see a movie. Not Rocky Horror, though. Then we'll come home and try again tomorrow. What do you say? I don't know, Julie hesitated. Are you sure you don't want to? I swooped over and picked her up. Not hard since I have 7 inches and almost 100 pounds on her. I carried her with one arm under her knees and one behind her back. I began with a little sway back and forth. It's just a jump to the left, I sang, matching the words with my steps. Julie squealed when we moved. And then a step to the right. Come on, Jules, sing it with me. Together. Let's do the time warp again, Nain. Friday, July 15th, 2016. Day 16. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. Day 16 changed my marriage, though I wouldn't realize it for a couple more days. The night before, we had a nice meal at an Italian restaurant and then watched a romantic comedy. She said I owed her for carrying her around. I didn't mind. Now I could say I'd seen the movie if we went again. We jumped back into our routine. Wake up, prove I was in a time loop, talk it through. Again, we got to the point where Julie suggested we research time problems. I, of course, knew it was coming and had thought about it. I didn't want to discourage Julie, but I just couldn't see any benefit in that route. Doing serious research in one day was impossible. I couldn't keep notes. If I found a scientist with answers, I had one day to contact them, convince them I was serious, and get answers right away. Forget about traveling. Forget collaborating with multiple scientists. I didn't even know what questions to ask. Given enough study, I could become the expert. But I'm no genius. How long would it take me to learn all that hidden knowledge, especially since I would have to rely on my memory the whole time? But the biggest problem, though, was I didn't think this time loop I was trapped in could be explained by modern science or math. As Arthur C. Clarke said, any very advanced technology is like magic. There might have been a science answer, but I doubted it would make any sense to me or anyone else on Earth for that matter. My gut said this wasn't scientific, but mystical somehow. At least I hoped it was. I hoped there was some kind of intelligence behind the loop, because if there wasn't, more simply, if this was science, I was doomed. If it was something spiritual, there was a chance it would end. With that in mind, I decided that one night of relaxation was not enough. Julie was in the middle of her thought. There are lots of people who study time. I just don't know whether any of them are likely to be helpful for us. I'm sure all their research is, "Time out, honey. Sorry to interrupt. I swear you were saying the exact same words as last night. That's my fault. I should keep you up to date so we can move forward without going back over old ground. Soon it will take so much of our day to recap that we won't have time to discuss new things." "So what do you suggest we do? Give up?" she asked, sounding a bit angry. No, just hear me out a second. I know you're ready to solve this thing. Believe me, I want that too. But after more than 2 weeks, our lack of progress is starting to get to me. She looked a little upset, so I quickly tried to smooth things over. The lack of progress is my fault. You've been my rock. All the progress we have made is mostly because of you, but we are starting to repeat ourselves. I think that's natural. Put the same two people on the same day, in the same place, with the same problem. Well, after 2 weeks, it's hard to find new things to talk about. I need to think of a way to get us out of this rut, and personally, I need to relax. I almost feel like I'm sick and I'm spending every day getting treatment. Okay, she replied. I can see how 2 straight weeks of having the same conversation every day could be exhausting. Do you want to shelve this until tomorrow? Maybe not tomorrow. You don't remember, but I cut this discussion short last night, too. We went out and had some fun. Let's do something like that again. But tomorrow, I don't think I'm going to tell you about the time loop. What? She yelled. You're not going to tell me? We are in this together, and don't you forget it. It's just for a day. Since you won't remember this anyway, I'll tell you my plan. I was thinking I might send you a bunch of flowers at work in the morning, make the other women jealous. I'll go into New York and get your favorite corned beef sandwich from Katz and surprise you with lunch. Then I'll use the rest of the afternoon to plan a nice evening for us. What do you think? I'd been watching her reaction to my plan, trying to understand how my gestures would be received. How many guys could ask their wives for advice on how to impress them? And then when I did make my move, it would seem spontaneous. Nice. Her reaction surprised me. She smiled at the thought of flowers at the office, but as soon as I mentioned surprising her for lunch, she seemed uneasy. I don't think she even noticed my evening plans. All of that sounds wonderful, Sam, but maybe just the flowers at work. We'll be doing the bi-monthly payroll for all the nurses and support staff. I'll be so busy, I probably won't take more than 15 minutes to eat wherever I can. If I don't know what you're going through, and I won't, I'll probably turn down lunch. Or if I don't turn it down, I won't appreciate it the way I should. Plus, I'll expect you to be at work. You should just take a day for yourself. Go into the city and have some fun. Maybe see a movie and walk through Central Park. Don't worry about me. When we pick up again the day after, I'll never know the difference. I guess all that made sense, though I still thought her reaction was a little strong. I knew she was a very diligent worker, so the idea of her turning me down to work through lunch didn't bother me much. But why did it bother her? Could she have been that upset just by the thought of turning me down? Wow, she must really love me, I thought. Friday, July 15th, 2016, day 17. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. I followed my wife's advice. I went into New York and had breakfast at Russ and Daughters. They're famous for their smoked salmon. On a bagel with cream cheese, it's called a classic. It's fantastic. But in my opinion, the classic is not as good as the mensch, which replaces the salmon with smoked sturgeon. The first time I had one, I had to go home and change my clothes because I spilled some. After breakfast, I went to the Met. I'm not big on art, so I stayed away from the modern art section. But I love history, so I took my time in the medieval and Egyptian exhibits. I ended up spending most of the day there. I had arranged Julie's flower delivery earlier that morning. Around noon, I felt a little guilty that she had to work while I was taking a day to play tourist. I should have insisted on a day off for both of us. Why didn't I think of that before? We could spend every day together if we wanted. I decided to call her, just to tell her I love her and ask if she liked the flowers. I took out my phone and saw that it was turned off. I'd turned it off to avoid calls from work since I didn't bother to call in. Being in a time loop meant there was no need to keep in touch with the outside world. Nothing seemed urgent. I turned on my phone and saw a missed call from Julie. Oh no! I should have known she'd call after getting the flowers. She left a message, thanking me for the thoughtful gift and saying she loved me. I wished I could have taken that call. We kept missing each other. I tried calling her at the hospital but got an automated message saying she was away. Then I called her cell, but it went straight to voicemail. I didn't think much of it. Julie said her day would be busy, so it made sense she was hard to reach. Phones can be off for many reasons, right? A couple of hours later, while I was in a small park watching people, Julie called me back. Hey, babe, sorry I missed your call. I've been busy all day. Did you get my message? The girls at work were so jealous. Susan even joked she would fight me for you. You can handle her, Jules. You're 30 years older, and I'm counting on you to protect my honor. Don't worry, we made a deal. She backed off when I said she could have you as her assistant for a weekend. Even though I knew she was kidding, I paused for a moment. Susan was quite attractive. I'm not really into being bossed around, but I do like seeing women in control. You still there, babe? Julie asked. Did I shock you? I didn't tell her where I was. Sorry, hun, I was just looking up leather masks on Amazon. Oh my, I'd love to see that, she laughed. Anyway, thanks again for the flowers. A girl likes to know she's loved. I'll show you my thanks properly tonight. It's a date. I love you, Julie. I love you too, Sam. I didn't think much about why her phone was off at lunch. Friday, July 15th, 2016, day 18. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me no more. I woke up and stretched. Every morning felt the same, and I always felt rested no matter what I had done the day before. But today, I felt extra relaxed after taking a break. It would be even better if Julie was here. I was supposed to wake Julie and keep trying to figure out the time loop, but I changed my plan. Solving this wouldn't come from just working hard. I decided to go with the flow more and change my daily routine. Even if I was stuck in the same day, that didn't mean everything had to be the same. Well, kind of. So far, I'd spent most of my time at home feeling stuck. From now on, I'd go out more. If I was stuck in this day, I should enjoy it. Of course, I wanted Julie with me. Convincing her about the time loop was easy, but could I also convince her to not worry about it? Her first instinct was to try to make sense of things. I needed a plan. Should I ask her to spend the day with me and not even mention the time loop? That sounded nice, but could I get her to skip work? She took her job very seriously. I looked at the clock. Julie's alarm would go off in less than half an hour. I still didn't know what I would say. I quickly got dressed and left the house before Julie woke up. I decided to let her go to work while I took another me day. I needed to think hard about how to get her to skip work for something that wasn't an emergency. With some effort, maybe I could turn this endless loop into a never-ending honeymoon. I went to a mall and walked around as the stores opened. A bookstore caught my eye, and I found a novel that seemed interesting. After buying it, I sat down in the food court with a cinnamon bun and coffee to read. If I didn't finish the book today, I could buy it again tomorrow. I lost track of time. Around 11 o'clock, I started feeling uncomfortable in the hard plastic chair and got hungry again. Going home didn't sound fun. Even if I cooked, I'd have to clean up and hide the mess so Julie wouldn't know I skipped work. There was a trendy diner near our gated community. It had artsy walls, expensive small portions, but cozy spots with comfy chairs. I found a seat by the window surrounded by groups of stylish housewives drinking their fancy lattes. I had just ordered and was about to get back into my book when I saw Julie's car drive by. I was surprised she had time to go home for lunch because she had said she would be very busy today. Even more surprising was seeing Dr. Richard Peters following her in his Porsche. Dr. Peters, the head of the oncology department at St. Gertrude's. I had met him at some hospital events I had attended with Julie. I didn't really like him, not because of anything specific, but he had that arrogant attitude some doctors get. He usually ignored anyone who wasn't rich, good-looking, or a fellow doctor. I didn't think Julie and Dr. Peters had any reason to talk at the hospital, and they definitely had no reason to be having lunch at our house. Even then, I didn't believe anything bad was happening. It went against everything I knew about my wife. My mind was blank. I don't remember leaving the diner or getting into my car. I must have paid my bill because no one chased after me. The drive home was just a blur. There was Dr. Peters' car, parked in my driveway where all the nosy neighbors could see. I stood staring at it. It could have been 30 seconds or 30 minutes. The phone lines must have been busy with gossip. "Mabel, look out the window! Sam Watley came home early. Grab some popcorn." I walked in the door, hoping they were in the formal living room, maybe talking about Medicaid paperwork. But the living room was empty, except for Julie's purse on the table by the door. As I climbed the stairs, I heard a rhythmic thumping. Our bed was solidly built. Making the headboard rattle took a lot of effort. There was no more doubt about what was happening, but my mind didn't want to accept it. There had to be a reasonable explanation. Maybe they came here for a document Julie left at home and started jumping on the bed like kids. That wasn't it. I opened the door, seeing my world fall apart. It had been 6 years since we said our wedding vows, but I had finally caught Julie in a lie. Friday, July 15th, 2016, day 18. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me, don't hurt me. No more. I don't know how long I stood in the doorway, watching Dr. Peters with my wife. It felt like forever, but was probably just a couple of minutes. My first thought was to walk away. I'm a big guy who has never had to fight. The last time I threw a punch was in grade school. So my first thought is to avoid conflict, not because I'm scared, but because it's the right thing to do. If not for the time loop, I probably would have used my phone to take a short video and then walked away to decide what to do about my cheating wife. But what did I need video evidence for? It would disappear the next morning. I looked at the white walls of our bedroom and thought about turning them into a chaotic scene. For a moment, I imagined the result. I stood, stuck between choices. I never thought about what I would do if Julie cheated on me. It was impossible to me. I trusted her loyalty more than my own. I took a step back, ready to leave, but then, why not? Nothing I did would have a lasting effect, but that also meant I could do whatever I wanted. I walked into the room and grabbed Dr. Peters by the hair and pulled him off my wife. With my left hand, I started hitting him where I thought the kidneys were. Two things happened quickly. Julie screamed, and Dr. Peters twisted and hit me with his elbow. I felt my cheekbone crack. "Oh my God, no!" screamed Julie. "Sam, no, please, this can't be happening." While Julie was trying to find the right words, Dr. Peters and I were busy fighting. I still had hold of his hair. He couldn't turn fully without tearing it out, but I wasn't able to take advantage. I was throwing wild punches with my left hand, but his elbow had stunned me. My punches were weak. Peters leaned forward, pulling me off balance, then snapped back, leading with his elbow again. If my cheekbone was cracked by the first blow, the second shattered it. My face made a terrible sound. I saw stars. It was probably all the adrenaline that kept me from passing out. I let go of Peters and stumbled back. I even managed to raise my hands in a poor attempt at a fighting stance. And then, a naked man beat me up. Dr. Peters was 20 years older, 5 inches shorter and 40 pounds lighter than me, but he clearly knew how to fight, which was more than I could say. I'd like to think I could have done better if my face didn't feel like it was full of broken glass. He landed a series of punches to my face and body. There were no more blows to my left cheek, either out of pity from Peters or because my entire plan in this fight had become not getting hit there again. Even though my cheek wasn't getting hit, every movement was sending sharp pain through my face. My shattered cheekbone was soon joined by a broken nose. Tears filled my eyes. I tasted blood. Through watery eyes, I saw Dr. Peters wind up and throw a spin kick. I saw it coming but couldn't do anything to stop it. His foot landed square in my ribs. I felt and heard them break. Since I had pulled Peters off her, Julie had been screaming. Most of it was incoherent wailing, but sometimes there were pleas for us to stop fighting. I wouldn't have minded stopping, but Peters looked like he was just getting started. Dr. Peters was getting ready to throw another kick when Julie wrapped her arms around him from behind. "Stop! Stop! Don't hurt him!" Peters got distracted, trying to get Julie's arms off him. I acted on instinct and, more by luck than skill, finally landed a solid punch. I threw my weight forward and punched him square across the jaw. Dr. Peters was good at hitting others, but he couldn't handle getting hit back. He dropped like a stone. Peters, Julie, and I all ended up in a pile. I landed on top of Peters and then slowly rolled off. I kept my eyes on Peters. It felt like he might wake up any second and jump at me like a crazy person in a movie. "Oh my God!" my wife screamed. "Your face! Babe, stay still. We need an ambulance." She was still using words like "we," but I felt we were past that point. Seeing the woman I loved, still without clothes, made me feel sick. I didn't want her help. I wouldn't take it. She ran out of the room. I could hear her footsteps pounding down the stairs. I was confused. Where was she going? Her clothes were still in the bedroom. I got up on my feet. I carefully steadied myself on each step. I seemed to have a problem with my balance. I finally made it to our front hallway and saw where Julie had gone. Her purse with her phone was on a table near the door. She was on the phone as I stumbled by her. 555 Heathview Terrace. My husband needs an ambulance. He was in a fight. He has bad face injuries. Please hurry. Sam? Sam, where are you going? You need help. You're hurt. She tried to stop me as I went out the door. Normally, it wouldn't be a problem, but the fight's adrenaline was fading. The pain and dizziness were getting worse by the second. Julie tried to hold me with one arm, the other holding her phone. I could hear the 911 operator on the line. "Ma'am, are you there? Are you in danger? What's happening?" I pushed my way out the door. Julie dropped the phone and grabbed one of my legs. "Stop! Stop!" I kept going, dragging her with me. At this pace, I'd never reach my car. Despite everything, I still didn't want to hurt my wife. I placed my hand on her forehead and pushed her away. I was rougher than I meant to be. She yelped and let go. I saw her trying to get up. We were in the front yard and she was still naked. The neighbors would talk about this for years. I started to run before she could get to her feet. I reached my car, got in, and locked the doors. She jumped back as I started the engine and drove off. She even chased after me for a few steps, waving her arms. I drove out of our neighborhood and onto the main road. I only made it about 2 blocks before stopping at a light. I heard a scream and looked at the car next to me. A woman in a silver minivan was staring at me, one hand over her mouth. A little boy with wide eyes pressed his face against the window behind her. What the heck? I pulled down my sun visor and looked at the mirror. Holy cow! My eyes were bloodshot and turning black. My nose was off to the side and blood covered my mouth and shirt, but the worst was my cheek. It looked like half my face had caved in. My left eye seemed lower on my face. You could fit a baseball where my cheekbone had been. I now understood why Julie was so worried. The shock hit me. My first thought was, who is that guy? How is he still awake? It took a moment to realize the face in the mirror was mine. I thought I had been in pain before. But now the pain was blinding, like something had hit me hard. I couldn't see clearly. White-hot pain shot through my face, radiating up my cheek and behind my eyes. I knew the light turned green because the cars behind me were honking their horns. I heard a calming voice from the driver's side. The woman in the minivan had come over and opened my car door. I also heard a low moan, which I realized was from me. "It's okay, sir," the woman said. "Help is on the way." Almost immediately, a police car and then an ambulance arrived. I wondered how they got there so fast. My answer came soon. "Mr. Watley, hold still. Your wife called us. You've got a bad head injury. Try not to move." I wanted to tell the officer to keep her away from me, but I couldn't speak. Luckily, she wasn't there yet, or I might have tried to drive off again. The paramedics put a neck brace on me, carefully lifted me out of the car, and strapped me onto a backboard. I watched the sky pass by through my blurry vision. Then I saw the inside of the ambulance. I felt a needle in my arm. "What's that?" Friday, July 15th, 2016, day 19. "What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more." I sat up fast. My hands reached for my face. It was fine. The pain was gone and my head was clear. I should have known the damage would disappear, but it was still a relief. Everything reset every day, and now I knew I did too. Still, I sat there in bed, rubbing my face for 10 minutes. Soon I thought about my wife again. I stood at the bedroom door, watching Julie sleep. Who was this stranger in my wife's body? I would have bet my life on her faithfulness, and I would have lost. I turned and walked back to the guest room. I dressed without thinking. How did it start? Why? For how long? I wanted answers. I needed to know why the woman I loved had hurt me so much. I could have just asked her. If I could describe my wife in one word, it was honest. I don't mean she told it like it is. Often when people say someone tells it like it is, they really mean the person is rude or harsh. I have no choice but to sound harsh and blunt because I speak the truth. Julie was honest. She never lied or made promises she couldn't keep. If a cashier gave her too much change, she would return it. If she found something, she would try hard to give it back to its owner. But I couldn't understand how she could break our marriage vows. I could ask her. I knew if I asked her directly, she would answer. But just asking seemed unsatisfying. I didn't know which questions to ask. Also, while Julie was honest, she wasn't always open. She might avoid some questions. Complete silence wouldn't work if she couldn't deny cheating. But she didn't have to tell me everything, and I wanted to know it all. Given the time loop, I could question her endlessly. I could perfect my questions, learning more each time and using that information to get even more answers, but that didn't appeal to me. I felt raw and fragile. I didn't want to see her, let alone talk to her. The idea of sitting down with my wife day after day to dig out the details of her affair made me feel sick. I wanted to find out for myself what Julie was doing behind my back. So, when I finally confronted her, if I did, I would have the truth. I would know if she was hiding something. Full honesty was Richard's usual trait. But what could she hide if I just relied on her talking and my uninformed questions? But how? I couldn't use high-tech gadgets like bugging her phone or setting up cameras at home. It would be pointless. I would only get one day of proof. Unless she decided to spill everything in one day, I was stuck. I already knew she would be with Dr. Peters, or Dr. Dick as I called him, at noon. What else could I learn? On second thought, bugging the house would let me hear any talks between Julie and Dr. Dick. That could be useful. Also, I could confront Julie with my knowledge of her affair and leave. If I could tap her phone, I might hear revealing calls to her family or friends. I might do that, but only having one day to monitor her made spying weak. Hiring a private detective would also be a waste. What could they find out in less than 24 hours, even if I got one to start right away? Eureka! I remembered reading that most detective work now used technology. Detectives didn't walk the streets, knocking on doors anymore. They searched databases, phone records, and social media. I may not have time to follow Julie old style, but maybe I could follow her online. I was sure that Julie had not kept her affair secret. She had a best friend and a sister she told everything, and a mother she told almost as much. I got angry at the thought, but I knew I was right. She often said she had no secrets from Emma or Liz. I once asked, "What about secrets from me?" She replied, "A girl has to have some mystery, so I needed to get into her laptop or phone. The phone would be better to access text messages and email." It was too late today. By the time I made a plan, Julie was at work. I drove to the same diner as the day before. Tomorrow, I vowed. Tomorrow, I'd start my search for answers. Friday, July 15th, 2016, day 20. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. I quietly went into the bedroom and took Julie's phone from the bedside table. I quickly checked if it opened with a fingerprint. No chance. That would have been easiest. I could have used her finger while she slept. I went downstairs and grabbed the messenger bag with her laptop on my way out. I left my phone in place of Julie's. They were the same model. I figured it would take her a while to realize the switch. She would probably oversleep without her alarm. Then her passcode wouldn't work. Eventually, she would realize it was my phone, maybe when she saw her laptop was gone. I got on the train to New York. My plan was to ride the subway all day. I expected Julie to just go to work. She might try to call her phone, but I wouldn't answer. If she tried using GPS to track her phone, it would be a few hours away and constantly moving. I needed to guess Julie's PIN number to access the phone. I tried birthdays first. Hers, mine, my parents'. I didn't know her best friend Liz's birthday or other family birthdays. They were in my calendar, on my phone. Well, tomorrow I would skip switching phones. I realized it was pointless. I did it so Julie wouldn't report her phone stolen. Even without my phone there, she would guess I had taken it. Would she report it? I bet no. She would wait to confront me at home. I hoped she was worried about me accessing her data. Well, no more birthdays until tomorrow. For now, I tried common number combinations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All corners. An X across the number pad. Soon I ran into a bigger problem. After 7 failed tries, the phone locked me out for 5 minutes. Each failure made the lockout time longer. After my 9th attempt, I decided to grab something to eat since I had an hour to wait before trying again. Finally, after my 10th try, the phone locked up completely. It told me to go to the company website to reactivate it. I thought I wouldn't be able to meet the security needs to reactivate it. So I tossed the phone in a trash can at the subway station. I'd deal with it tomorrow. Next was the laptop. I turned it on and tried the fingerprint scanner. It did nothing, not even an error message. So no luck there. It was password protected, of course. Luckily, I could guess as many times as I wanted without getting locked out. I tried our names, the names of friends and family, favorite movies, her car. I thought of anything that was important to Julie and typed it in. No luck. I spent all day guessing passwords before giving up and checking into a hotel. I'd try again tomorrow. I spent the next couple of weeks trying to unlock Julie's phone. I gave up on the laptop after 5 days. I could get emails from her phone anyway, and with more possible passwords on the laptop, it wasn't worth the time. I even tried calling our phone company and pretending to be Julie to unlock her phone, but they didn't buy it, even when I used a higher voice. With only 10 tries per day, I had a lot of free time. I decided to make the most of every day. Step 1 of my plan was to get money. I wanted to do everything on my bucket list. Most things I could just do. Visit museums, theme parks, fairs, and tourist spots near Trenton, New Jersey. Skydive, base jump, go in a bounce house, ride an ostrich. But many things on my list needed a lot of money. You'd think money wouldn't be a problem for me. I worked on Wall Street making over 6 figures, but I was deep in debt. Before I found out about my wife's betrayal, I would have said her biggest flaw was that she was spoiled. She liked her comforts and hated being told no. Her parents had money, but they weren't rich. Julie, though, wanted more. We still had student loans 6 years after graduating. With deferments, it would probably be another 6 before they were paid off. I had a closet full of expensive suits, necessary for being taken seriously in finance. Julie's clothing expenses beat mine by far. Her shoes alone cost more than my entire wardrobe. And her purses? Forget about it. Coach, Prada, Gucci, Louis Vuitton. Then there was our house. We made good money, but living in a gated community was a stretch for us. The one thing I would not budge on was our cars. I was fine with my old Taurus, which I only drove to the transit hub. Julie, however, wanted a luxury vehicle. We had a few arguments about our wants versus what we could afford. Finally, she agreed to get a Honda, but ended up buying the most expensive one, a Pilot with every option available. So yeah, money was tight. Every day, after trying 10 times to unlock Julie's phone, I did something I hadn't planned on, going to work. I hadn't forgotten about my wife's betrayal, but I needed a distraction. The first few nights after failing to unlock Julie's devices, I did something else new. I drank heavily. I never was a drinker. I believed most people start drinking young to fit in or be cool. College almost makes heavy drinking a requirement, and by adulthood it seems like you need to drink to have fun. I hadn't started young. My parents only had the occasional beer, and they let me try a few sips over the years. I have never liked beer. It has an awful taste. I doubt many people love their first beer. It's something you get used to. I never did. But I was looking for an escape from my painful reality. Nothing dulls the mind like hard alcohol. I found a new appreciation for liquor. I bought several bottles and went to my hotel room. Then I would drink until I passed out and woke up the next morning. One benefit of the time loop was no hangovers, but an unexpected problem ended my drinking spree. I must have drunk too fast and passed out. That was the plan, but I woke up still stuck on Friday. I had my first dream in a month. I was sitting on the couch in our living room. My mother and Nancy Reagan were talking from the armchairs on either side of me. "Of course you can have my meatloaf recipe, Nancy. The secret is using crushed potato chips instead of breadcrumbs," said my mom. "Won't they get soggy, Rhonda?" asked Mrs. Reagan. "Yes, they do, but they add flavor. I'm sure Ron will love it." "I hope so. He's been distant lately. He took a part-time job greeting at Walmart. It's been hard for him after leading the country. I worry he may be depressed," Nancy Reagan said. "Well," my mom asked, "have you tried spending more quality time with him?" "Of course. That was the first thing I tried," Nancy replied. I even took my teeth out. "Let me tell you something Sam's dad loves. It's called a Tijuana slider. My mom is cut off by a loud bang from upstairs." "Those kids," says Rhonda, sounding tired. "They're jumping on the bed again. Sam, can you go up and tell them to stop?" "Sure, Mom," I reply. I get up and head to the stairs. Walking up is hard because my pants are around my ankles. I start to pull them up. "No, no, Sam," calls Nancy. "Leave them. In fact, pull your briefs down too." I sigh. "Yes, Mrs. President." I pull down my tighty-whities. I see I look like a smooth Ken doll. I don't feel scared. I can't step up with my ankles trapped, so I hop up the stairs. I fall a few times, but make it to the top. I slowly walk to the bedroom door and open it. Julie is kneeling on a big lily pad next to the bed, dressed like a nurse. On the bed are 5 Dr. Peters. They are only wearing stethoscopes around their necks. They are very hairy and look a bit like monkeys. They are jumping up and down on the bed. Julie is clapping her hands and singing. 5 little monkeys, jumping on the bed. One fell off, and bumped his head. One of the Peters hops off the bed and runs to Julie. He holds her head close to him, and she looks happy about it. After a few minutes, he backs away. He moves away, and Julie starts clapping again. Her face is messy, but she keeps singing. 4. Little monkeys, jumping on the bed. One fell off. Ah ha 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 ha. I woke up in a cold sweat and looked at the clock. 12:45 p.m. I grabbed the last unopened bottle of rum beside me on the bed. I drank it as fast as I could. I felt dizzy and sick, but I kept drinking. Friday, July 15th, 2016, day 26. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. No more drinking. I promised to stop getting drunk every day, but if I wasn't going to drink to distract myself, I needed something else. So I started Operation Instant Millionaire. I still spent the morning commute entering PIN codes into Julie's phone. But when I got to New York, I actually went to work. I had thought about stealing money. I wasn't worried about getting caught. I had access to private account details of the members in my mutual funds. I could take enough money to last a day before anyone noticed. And if I did get caught, I'd only spend a few hours in jail. But I'm not that kind of person. Plus, I had a way to make quick money honestly. Day trading. At Broadwell and Marks, my job was purely analytical. I didn't trade for customers, but I could use the company's market analysis tools to trade on my personal account. I didn't have much money in my stocks, about $20,000. I'd rather use it to pay off some debt. But on Wall Street, not investing is like a vegetarian butcher. Even though our finances are supposed to be private, the higher-ups use their system access to peak. I wondered if my unwillingness to risk my own money in the market was holding me back at Broadwell and Marks. Sometimes Dwayne Maxwell, one of the VPs, would look at me like I was weak. During reviews, I got hints that I needed to be a more aggressive investor to get noticed. But you might ask, why work on Wall Street if you don't trust your own judgment to invest? I do trust my judgment. If I research a company, I have no problem making a decision. But I don't want to spend all my free time working. I can't invest in the companies I research for our mutual funds. That's called insider trading. Our funds have huge buying power because they have the wealth of thousands of investors. When the fund buys a stock, the price moves. Every stock bought or sold changes the price. With a single trade, our B&M Small Cap Growth Fund can buy hundreds of thousands of shares. If you knew about such a trade in advance, so I couldn't trade in stocks I researched for the firm. All my work hours doing analysis were useless for personal gain. I would have to do more research in my own time. Or I could do what many colleagues did, cheat. I couldn't trade on my own inside information, but maybe on someone else's. Say a friend from another division tells me about a big deal coming up with his fund. I use the info to make quick money. Then I return the favor later. It's still illegal, but harder to prove. This is partly how the big shots on Wall Street make their money. They make sure there's no trail, no emails, nothing in writing. All talks are in person or over burner phones. Not everyone does it, but most bend the rules at least a little. Even getting caught isn't a huge deal. You might pay fines or do a short time in prison, but if you made a lot of money for yourself and your investors, Wall Street forgives quickly. My refusal to play this game held me back in my career. My networking and making connections in the financial world was weak because I didn't scratch backs. Truthfully, I might have given in to the pressure to succeed. Left on my own, I might have bent the rules and ignored ethics. But Julie was my wife, the woman I saw as the image of personal and professional integrity. I didn't want to let her down. I didn't care about my wife's opinion anymore. I could have easily turned to crime as long as the time loop continued, but I didn't need to. I could make money the right way, and that's what I preferred. The stock market opened at 9:30 and closed at 4:30. I spent days watching the market live, noting every change that could make me money. The problem wasn't making money. The problem was remembering the key points, since my notes vanished every dawn. I needed to place my trades beforehand so I could go to the office and then watch my bank balance grow through the day. I bought futures, shorted stocks, and bought on margin. I started trading on the second day. After a week, I was making about $300,000 by the end of the day. After 2 weeks, it was $1.2 million. I kept tweaking my method. My memory and focus got better with every loop. Soon, I turned my $20,000 into more than $7 million. It could have been more, but I didn't want to risk it all until 4:30. I set it so money would start moving into my checking account at 10 a.m. It would keep growing until I had full access. Now I had the money to do whatever I wanted. Around the time I made my first million, I managed to unlock Julie's phone. Friday, July 15th, 2016. Day 44. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me no more. I was on my way to work, trying to get into Julie's phone. My mind was actually more on my stock trades than the phone. Her passcode was our wedding anniversary. I wasn't sure how to feel about that. I decided to wait. I went to work, placed my orders for the day, and then found a quiet spot in the New York Public Library to look at the phone. As I guessed, there were lots of texts and emails. I spent the day reading them. The texts went back 8 months when we both got new phones. The emails went back over a year. We had free email accounts with limited storage, so we had to delete old messages sometimes. The bad news was the affair with Peters had been going on for months. I was sure my suspicion was right, but the texts confirmed it. They had planned their Friday meetings days in advance. Julie must have called him to cancel on the days we talked about the time loop. This explained why she was anxious when I mentioned surprising her with lunch. She might have worried that my time loop fell on her cheating day. She probably hoped the loop would end before I caught her. Also, I found out that Liz and Emma knew about Julie's cheating. They joked about her meetings with Peters and talked about how to keep me from finding out. With my long commute, there was little chance of catching her if she kept her meetings to the day. I felt angry about her betrayal. I hated the lack of respect and the way she told her friends and family embarrassing details about me. The texts between Julie and Peters were full of flirting and jokes like teenagers. They talked about their plans and, in Peters' case, making sure his wife didn't find out. Julie never seemed worried about me catching them, but there were worse things in the texts. First, while she mostly shared her secret life with her 2 best friends, there were several hints that others knew too. A text from Liz. Did your boss say anything about your long lunch yesterday? Julie. Nah. She knows I always make up the time, and she says I'm more productive afterward. LOL. A text from Emma. Mom is organizing a walk for cancer with her church group. She wants you to ask Dr. Peters if he'll give a short speech. Julie. Why doesn't she ask him herself? I'll introduce her. Emma. Why do you think, dummy? She's not involved with him like you are. ROFL. My anger grew. Her mom and boss knew. If her boss knew, it was likely common knowledge at work. I didn't read any text that directly said anyone else knew, but there were hints. In a big city like Trenton, she didn't worry about gossip. She didn't seem worried that friends or family would tell on her. To me, this meant they knew and let it happen. But the worst part wasn't her affair with Peters. No, the worst part was that Peters wasn't the only one. The affair with Peters had been going on for a few months. Julie had been cheating long before that. Before Peters, there was another doctor, a pediatrician. Before the pediatrician, there was a neighbor who lived 2 streets away from us. Before the neighbor, well, I didn't know. The emails went back a year, and she had been cheating on me all that time. I stared at the phone in my hand for a minute. Then I threw it against the wall of my hotel room. I hoped it would break into pieces. It just bounced off. I walked over and picked it up. The screen had a small crack. Well, this is frustrating. I spent about half a minute pulling the protective case off. I threw it hard against the opposite wall. It made a dent and the battery popped out, but it still looked okay. Why won't you break? I yelled, jumping up and down on the phone. Useless piece of junk. Good for nothing. Someone banged on the wall. Hey, quiet down in there. People are trying to sleep. Mind your own business, I shouted back. But I did calm down. It was late, so I turned off the lights and laid on the bed, still fully dressed. Before reading her messages, I still had some hope for our marriage. If Julie's affair with Dr. Dick had been a recent mistake and she was truly sorry, I might have been willing to forgive her, or at least wait until the time loop ended to talk about it. My whole world outside of work was about her. I could have swallowed my pride to have my loving wife back. Now, questioning if I ever really had her. How could she have been betraying me for so long, with no care for my feelings, my love, or my reputation? How long had this been going on? Even in the earliest emails, it seemed like a regular thing. I wanted to know more, and the texts gave me a clue. Julie and her sister talked about their diaries. They mentioned what needed to go in the diary or that they were writing in them while texting each other. I had no idea Julie kept a diary. If I had still trusted her, it wouldn't have bothered me. Diaries are very personal. If I had known, I would have wanted to take a peek. It's human nature. But where was it? If it was a digital diary, I wasn't looking forward to trying to hack into her laptop again. I would do it, but I thought she probably had a physical diary. Julie loved her handwriting. She always found reasons to send handwritten letters or cards. I was sure her diary would be paper and ink. I would search for it tomorrow. For the first time since I was a kid, I cried myself to sleep. Friday, July 15th, 2016. Day 45. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. In the morning, before Julie's alarm went off, I started searching the house. Our big house was way too large for 2 people alone. Julie said we would need it when we had kids. I thought a smaller house with less debt was better. You can guess who won that argument. I searched the kitchen, looking in every cabinet and pantry. I checked behind the trash can and even opened the oven before realizing how silly I was being. I looked in all the downstairs closets and opened every drawer. I didn't think I would find Julie's diary in the public areas of the house, but I had the time to be thorough. I left the house to give Julie time to get up and go to work. I could have gone for breakfast, but instead I parked a block away. I hadn't had much appetite since catching my wife with Dr. Dick. I could go days without eating, and my body would reset every morning. After I was sure she was gone, I drove back home. I would have to repeat this at noon. I thought it was better to search the bedroom before she brought Dr. Dick home. We had a shared office and 2 extra bedrooms, but the master bedroom seemed the best place to look for a diary. I hoped to find it before Julie brought Dr. Dick home. Where do women hide things? I thought her walk-in closet was the best bet. I say her closet because my clothes didn't fit there. Our master suite wasn't big enough for 2 walk-in closets, so Julie bought an antique wardrobe for my clothes. I checked all the boxes on the shelves, pushed the clothes aside to see behind them, and pulled the shoes out of their cubbies. Nothing. Her bedside table had a couple of items I didn't know about, but no diary. Next, I looked at her vanity. It matched my wardrobe. Sometimes I thought that if Julie hadn't loved the vanity so much, my clothes would be in another room. It was a huge, old piece of furniture. I looked in all the drawers and found nothing. I was about to search somewhere else when I had an idea. Good antique furniture often had secret compartments. Julie had bought the furniture through a dealer. I just came home one day and it was there. I wasn't happy about the cost, but my suits were already crowded by Julie's growing clothing collection, so I didn't make her return it, as long as the wardrobe was mine. I think Julie planned to fill both the closet and the wardrobe eventually. Since Julie had talked to the dealer, I didn't know if the vanity had hidden compartments. Julie hadn't mentioned it. But this vanity was expensive when it was new, and secret compartments were popular back then. Ironically, this furniture was cheaper now because someone had refinished it in the last 50 years. Crazy. I started searching again. This time, instead of just looking in the drawers, I pulled them all the way out. I carefully checked every inch of wood using my fingers to feel for hidden spots. I found 9 secret compartments. Some were too small to hold anything but a coin or a piece of paper. Others were big enough for a book. From the start, it was clear Julie knew about my search. I held 2 drawers side by side and saw one was smaller. Pushing on the back left corner, I found a false bottom hiding Julie's diploma from Rutgers. She must have a copy at work. Feeling around in the space where the center drawer had been, I found a lever. I played with it until it moved, and a hidden drawer dropped down. Inside were Julie's expensive pieces of jewelry, including a brooch from her great-grandmother. There were 7 hidden compartments with Julie's things. I felt proud, thinking she hadn't found the other 2, but no diary. I searched the whole vanity again. I discovered one more tiny compartment, but it was empty. Still no diary. I sat back, frustrated. My eyes moved to the armoire. A matching set? That's where it was. Under a false floor, I found Julie's diary along with some personal papers, birth certificate, social security card, and more. The diary looked expensive, leather-bound with the year on the spine. I opened it and saw Julie's neat handwriting covering almost half the pages. I was about to start reading when I stopped myself. This diary only covered the last 6 months. Where were the diaries from 2015 and earlier? She must keep the older ones somewhere else. The space under my suits wasn't big enough. If they were all the same size, they would need a big box. Hiding that many books would be hard. We had a lot of stuff, like all married couples, but our house was also huge. No basement or attic crammed with junk. If we had one, I would have found the diaries when I went there for storage or retrieval. Then it hit me. Her parents' house. They kept Julie and Emma's rooms just as they were, in case their daughters visited. It would be a perfect place for Julie to store her old diaries. Getting close to noon, I looked at the mess I made of our bedroom. All the vanity drawers were on the floor along with their contents. If I hurried, I could clean up before Julie and Dr. Dick arrived. But why on earth would I do that? I left everything as it was. I left Julie's diary open on the bed, showing today's date. I took a marker and wrote liar on the blank page. That would shock her. I drove to the Bradleys' home. Julie's dad, John, was a VP at a local electric company, so he would be at work. Her mother, Mary, was likely at church. Mary was one of those older women who went to church almost every day and made sure everyone knew about it. What does anyone do at church on a Friday afternoon? Probably gossip with the other church ladies. I had seen her texts to Julie, and that supposedly God-fearing woman hadn't even mentioned loyalty or marriage vows to her daughter. So the Bradleys weren't home. If they had a spare key, I didn't know where it was. Searching the yard in broad daylight seemed risky. During my visits, I never saw an alarm system. There were frosted glass panels by the door. I picked up a decorative frog from the lawn and smashed the glass near the handle. It was easy to reach in and unlock the door. Though the door was partly hidden by shrubs, someone might have seen me. I had to move fast. I didn't want to spend the day in jail when I could start reading the diaries. I headed straight to Julie's old bedroom. I ignored anything in plain sight. Julie wouldn't have left the diaries where I could see them. At the foot of her bed was a pink trunk covered by a folded blanket. I just knew they were in there. I tossed the blanket aside. The trunk had a small heart-shaped padlock, the kind parents buy for little girls. I didn't know if the key was in the room or if Julie carried it. But who cares about subtlety now? I grabbed a trophy, girls' volleyball, runner-up, and smashed the lock with it. The trunk was flimsy. After 2 hits, the lock broke, revealing its contents. There were Julie's diaries. The earlier ones were mixed, until 2008 when she started buying a matching leather-bound series. She had planned ahead. There were volumes up to 2028. I didn't care about Julie's childhood. We met in March 2009. I grabbed the diaries from then on and got out before the police could show up. I won't go into detail about 7 years of Julie's thoughts and feelings. I'll just give the main points I learned after several days of reading. It took time, and it was painful. When did Julie start cheating? It's easier to list the times she didn't. She stayed faithful for 2 months when we dated and 6 months after our wedding, that's all. That's it. For 7 years, Julie had cheated on me almost non-stop. This explained why I never saw a change in her behavior. I might not have noticed unless she stopped cheating. She felt guilty about betraying me only at the start. Her diary was full of guilt and regret for the first 2 years. But as she got used to getting away with it, she started to worry less. After 3 years, she stopped stressing about getting caught. After 5 years, she no longer felt bad about it. The last few years, she wrote about her affairs like she was writing about going to the spa. I realized I didn't know my wife at all. The diary also showed that most of our friends and family knew she was cheating on me. Julie wrote about many of her daily talks, especially those about her marriage or affairs. Sometimes she just mentioned that she thought someone knew. The only people she didn't write about were my parents, the worst part. The worst part was the diary explained why she cheated on me. She said I was bad in bed. I couldn't make her happy that way. I need to explain that. I don't think it's fair to me. First of all, I had a problem with confidence, not physical issues. Let me be clear. I was not lacking physically. Everything was fine in that area, but when I met Julie, I was not experienced. It took me a long time to get better in bed. When I was in college, I didn't have the usual attitude toward sex. It may seem old-fashioned, but I am a romantic. I didn't see women just as objects. I didn't undress them with my eyes. I didn't make suggestive jokes unless I was in a relationship. Also, I never really tried hard to sleep with girls. The fastest I ever made love with a girl was after 6 dates, and that was with Julie, my future wife. College was all about hooking up, and I didn't do that. Any girl who wanted to sleep with me right away was someone I was not interested in. Compared to my friends, I was very conservative. The girls I dated were similar. My high school girlfriend and I never made love. I lost my virginity in the second year of college after dating a girl named Anne for 5 months. She was not a virgin, but she wasn't experienced either. The sex was awkward and quick. We were more like teenagers than college students. My next 2 girlfriends were similar stories. Then there was Julie. Julie was the first girl I dated who had a normal sexual history. We never talked about our pasts much, but it was clear Julie had more experience than me. To be honest, I was a little bit scared, but we worked well as a couple. My problem was that I was playing at a high level, but I still had beginner skills. I was awkward and clumsy. I finished too quickly. I was rough. Everything felt awkward. I was too proud to admit, "Hey, I'm not very good in bed. Can you teach me?" What young man can admit he isn't making his girlfriend happy? Similarly, Julie didn't want to confront me. Her diary made it clear she feared I would break up with her if she spoke up. She didn't want to make me mad or shame me. Looking back, she might have been right. Questioning a man's abilities in bed can really hurt his feelings. That's true at any age, but a young man might react badly. At 21, I might have been so embarrassed that I would have ended things. I really don't know. Of course, there's an easy solution to this problem. Patience. Maybe some gentle guidance from Julie. I wasn't incapable of being a good lover, I just needed more practice. But both of us pretended nothing was wrong. Julie was afraid that giving any advice would reveal the big problem. So she said nothing and left me, the beginner, to fix it. Since most of my issues were with the main part of sex, I focused on other things. I'm smart. The awkwardness didn't last long. I watched Julie's reactions, and over time I could make her very happy with my hands and mouth. For a while, that was all I did. On our first wedding anniversary, we spent a long time in bed. Julie was sleeping next to me, looking very happy. I was awake, worried. In over 2 hours, I finished 3 times, and Julie 5 or 6. Only about 10 minutes of that was actual sex. Julie had used her mouth once. So I finished in her twice, in 10 minutes of normal sex. We might as well have been a couple who didn't have real sex. From that point, I tried hard to become a better lover, not just hide my flaws. I did research, I read books and articles, I did breathing exercises. I tried to last longer when I was alone. I watched some videos, not just to get excited, but to learn new things I could try with my wife. And I read a lot of self-help articles to learn more. It took time. After a few years, I could say with confidence that I could make my wife happy. I can't blame Julie for not helping me learn more about sex. I didn't ask her either. We were both young and didn't know any better. But I do blame her for how she dealt with it. She knew my problems when she married me. If our sex life was a deal-breaker, she shouldn't have married me. She had options. She could have broken up with me, helped me improve, or accept me as I am. Sadly, she chose another path. She loved me and wanted to marry me. But she also wanted a more exciting love life. So she found others to fill that need. She started this soon after we began dating. She saw a future with me from our first date. A few dates later, when we first slept together, she was already in love. But the intimacy was terrible. One thing I couldn't get over was Julie's idea of commitment. She thought that until a couple says they're exclusive, they can see other people. I thought this was wrong. I believed that if you're seeing someone, you either date one person at a time or you're clear about seeing others. I thought only selfish people used, "We never talked about being exclusive" as an excuse to date around. But many young people seem to think this way to avoid blame. I didn't know Julie believed this. She seemed so honest and trustworthy, I never imagined it. While she went along with my slow approach to dating, she kept seeing a couple of people in her dorm. It was only after a few dates with me that she realized I was serious. She ended things with the other guys when our relationship became physical. She may not have thought of what she did before as cheating, but I sure did. If I had known how casual she was about loyalty, our relationship would have ended there. But Julie saw her cheating as starting 2 months after we first slept together. Julie thought I was a virgin. I guess I was that bad. She never mentioned it because she thought I might feel embarrassed, and she didn't want to tell me how many men she had been with if it came up. Not because it was a high number, but because she knew my views were old-fashioned, and she didn't want a bad reaction. Since neither of us talked about the problem, Julie decided to just deal with it. She knew my issue was inexperience. She didn't know I was a slow learner in this way. After 2 months, her patience ended. She went back to her casual flings. She didn't feel bad at first. I was just a new boyfriend she liked a lot. She thought either I would get better or the relationship would end, but she didn't need to miss out on a good love life. As time passed, we got more serious, and she felt more guilt. If Julie hadn't been seeing others behind my back, she might have felt more reason to talk about my shortcomings in bed. The longer we were together, the bigger the problem became. If she had told me right away, that would have been hard to take. But telling me after a long time made it even harder. She was able to justify her cheating up until our wedding. By then, her diary was full of love notes and dreams for our future. She promised that there would be no other men after the wedding. We got married just after finishing college and began our lives together. I was slowly getting better, but Julie was frustrated. She lasted 6 months before a male nurse she knew from college approached her. She felt deeply ashamed. Cheating on her husband did not match her view of herself as an honest person, but the intimacy was great. She couldn't stop thinking about it. A few weeks later, she saw him again, and then again after that. She felt torn with guilt, but she didn't stop. After each meeting, she would write in her diary that it would be the last time. Then she would feel bad about her lack of willpower when she failed again. Eventually, she stopped fighting it. She still said she would stop, but only after our love life improved enough that she didn't need it anymore. But she did nothing to help improve it. She remained quiet. She never said she wasn't happy. I knew I needed to get better. But Julie never complained, and to be honest, I was also having a good time. There was no rush to improve. It took a year into our marriage before I really tried hard to get better. Not because Julie asked, but because I wanted to. By then, Julie had accepted her cheating. She second-guessed herself less and less. She knew she was getting away with it. Sometimes she would even say I was getting better. At first, she said this gave her hope of ending her affairs. Then she talked about just cutting back. Finally, she didn't even mention stopping. By the time I met her standards for faithfulness, she had forgotten that her cheating was supposed to end. She had it both ways for so long that she saw no reason to stop. Over the years, she was caught a few times by co-workers and friends. Each time, they kept her secret, either because they didn't care or didn't want to get involved. They silently accepted it. Julie began to feel entitled. She started openly sharing her affairs with those closest to her. Not me, of course. The only times she felt a bit guilty were on special occasions like our anniversary or my birthday, and sometimes after we had a good time together. By the time I caught her cheating, Julie's diary was filled with praise about my skills in bed. I had improved a lot. She compared me favorably to almost all her past lovers, but she didn't stop, didn't even consider it. She hadn't written anything about ending it for over 3 years. Besides the daily stuff and her secret life, Julie's diary was mostly about one thing: how much she loved me. Of all the reasons she gave for loving me, I thought one was missing. She loved me because I was a fool who loved her too much to see what she really was. She might not have said it, but deep down, that's how she saw me. No, the way she viewed me, at least what she wrote about, was all sunshine and fluff. You'd think I was some kind of prince if you only read the nice parts of the diary. I consider myself a romantic, but even I found it hard not to feel sick at her overly sweet praises of Samuel Whatley. Then again, maybe they made me feel sick because they seemed like fantasies of someone out of touch with reality. She cheats on me, ruins my dignity, destroys the respect I had from others, and yet she loves me completely. I always thought I was lucky to have Julie. She made me better in many ways. She seemed to love me as much as I loved her. She was almost the perfect wife. She had flaws, but nothing I couldn't handle. Now this. How could so much good and so much bad be in the same person? I couldn't understand it. What I did know was that my marriage was over, or at least it would be, if I ever got out of this time loop. My choices were very limited. I couldn't divorce her, couldn't separate. I couldn't really get revenge or make her feel my hurt in any lasting way. Whatever I did, Julie would wake up every morning thinking she still had a loving husband who didn't know anything. But that didn't mean I couldn't do something to get back at her, even if it was just a little bit. I made some plans. 1. I would take whatever small revenge on Julie I could. I don't hit women, but there were other ways. 2. I would have a rematch with Dr. Dick. That would take some prep if I didn't want to lose again. 3. I would try to find a way to rebuild my life if and when time started moving forward again. So that's how I planned to spend my day. I did all those things, though they sometimes took me to unexpected places. But I was also a broken man. So for a while, I went a little out of my mind. Friday, July 15th, 2016, day 132. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me no more. Finding out that the person you love has betrayed you can take you to dark places. The routine of daily life can help hide the pain for a while, but it can take weeks, months, or even years before you feel whole again. There are many factors that determine how long it takes to get over a bad relationship. My situation was different. I'm not sure if I healed faster or if I dragged it out. I would call my behavior self-destructive, but that's not quite right. I found out I was pretty much unbreakable. My dive into drugs lasted several months. I won't detail it all, even if I could remember most of it. I had many bad drug reactions. I couldn't build up any tolerance. I sniffed, smoked, and injected all sorts of stuff. Half the time, I don't remember what happened next. I would just wake up in the guest room. I think I probably overdosed several times, but I don't know for sure. I didn't think about it much, which doesn't say much about my brains. The time loop made me feel like nothing could harm me. If I had thought about what dying in the time loop might mean, I would have been more careful. Death is final. I had no wish to test that. But as my drug phase ended, I got proof that I could die and come back. I was searching for adrenochrome. I saw it in Fear and Loathing, but I thought it was made up. I Googled it and it was real, but finding some was tough. I finally heard about a dealer who had it. First, I went to the guy I got my cocaine from. He never remembered me, so I had to take some ecstasy to prove I wasn't a cop, and pay for it. He sent me to a Filipino guy in Queens, who sent me to a dealer named Smoke in Long Island. I thought Smoke was a cool name for a drug dealer. Most had ordinary names like Bill, or Tyrone, or something boring. I expected a lean black guy or a white guy with dreadlocks. Smoke was a 400-pound Jewish woman. So much for my guesses. We started doing the usual dance. I looked like what I was, a mid-20s professional. Nobody had a problem selling me weed or cocaine, but when I asked for harder stuff, they got nervous. I usually offered to take a drug right there to show I wasn't a cop. I had already taken ecstasy for the coke guy, but Smoke wanted to see for herself. I had learned not to smoke anything. Every day I woke up with clear lungs, so smoking always made me cough a lot. So I did some speed she gave me. When she was sure I wasn't a cop, she sold me the adrenochrome. It came in a small bottle that I put in my pocket. I was turning to leave when the police broke in. "Get down! Down! Everybody on the ground!" By now, getting arrested was familiar. I had been caught before buying from an undercover cop, but I had gotten better at spotting them. I always took my drug buys to a hotel. Some of them made me act crazy, and hotel managers had called the police on me a few times. I was also a bit wired from the ecstasy and speed, so I didn't get on the ground like they said. Instead, I reached into my pocket to grab the adrenochrome. In my confused mind, I was just reaching to hand it over to the police. But they didn't know what I was doing. Bang! What was that? I felt strange. I looked down and saw a hole in my shirt. No blood at first. I touched it with my finger. I must have had a really confused look on my face. Then I was looking up at the ceiling. Still no pain. I felt empty inside. I could hear my breath coming in and out fast, but it felt like it was from someone else. The ceiling was pulling down into a point. Friday, July 15th, 2016, day 132. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me no more. I had died. No doubt about it. If you had asked me if I thought I could die and wake up again the next day, with what I had seen of the time loop, logic would say yes, I would wake up. But I sure wouldn't have wanted to test that idea. Well, now I knew. That was the end of my drug binge, not because it was dangerous. I had proven to myself that it wasn't, as long as I was in the loop. No, dying in a drug raid made me stop and think. I didn't like what I was becoming. My wife had broken my heart and ruined my confidence. She made me wonder if any woman could respect and be happy with me. I tried to tell myself that my lack of skill in bed was a thing of the past. Yes, I used to be bad, but I got better. I didn't fully believe it. I knew Julie started cheating to find satisfaction. In the later years of our marriage, she had nothing but good things to say about me as a lover. But she didn't stop cheating. So was I still not good enough to keep her from wandering? I was running. The drugs were a distraction, a fake problem to keep my mind off the real ones. I couldn't get physically addicted, but I had a mental craving to escape through chemicals. But no more. From now on, I would focus on rebuilding the man that Julie had broken. Friday, July 15th, 2016, day 133. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. I knew where to start. I went to work. Even during my drug days, I kept working on my day trading system. I didn't really need the money yet, but when you can make millions of dollars, well, that's pretty nice, even if you don't need it right away. And the amount kept growing as I fine-tuned my trades. Eventually, I memorized every important stock move for July 15th, 2016, and could set up my trades in less than 30 minutes. I went ahead and set things in motion, but I had a different reason to go to Broadwell and Marks that day. I went to the office of my boss, Ben Johnson. Ben was a ladies' man. He had a lot of girlfriends, but he was honest about it. The women who dated him knew he was seeing others. They put up with it because they hoped to become Mrs. Johnson, wife of a rising star on Wall Street. Ben was used to having fun often, and I knew he sometimes paid for it. I knocked on his door and went in. "Hey, Ben, you got a minute?" "Sure, Sam, what do you need?" "It's not about work. I was in the break room a while back, and I heard you and Schmidt talking about getting Brad an escort for his bachelor party." Ben looked confused. "Yeah, I remember. Not the exact talk, but we did get someone for Brad. Look, Sam, I'm sorry for not inviting you to the party, but it didn't seem like your kind of thing." No, that's not what I'm getting at. You're right, it wasn't my scene. Actually, I was hoping you could point me to an escort. Someone high class." Ben sputtered. "Where is this coming from, Sam? You practically have happily married written on your face." I was stuck for words. I didn't really want to get into my marriage troubles. "You know what? Forget I asked. It's none of my business, sorry. How much money are you looking to spend?" "No limit, but I want someone professional. I want brains and beauty. No airheads." "I know the perfect woman then, but I gotta warn you, she's very expensive. 5,000 at least. If you want a whole night, it's 15,000. Gloria's the best, but I can set you up with a fine woman for 1,000 or two." "No," I said. "If Gloria is the best, that's who I want. I can handle it." Ben didn't question that. He probably knew how much I had in my trading account, but he was a man's man. He wouldn't question my ability to pay. I went to him because I knew he wouldn't pry. He'd set me up. I could have gone to any of a dozen people at Broadwell and Marks. Some people on Wall Street kept contacts of escorts right on their desks. If not for themselves, then to impress VIPs. "Gloria only works on referral, so I can't give you her number. I'll call her and give her your cell number. She'll set up the meeting." "Thanks, Ben. I appreciate it." "No problem, Sam. I know you're a stand-up guy. I wouldn't set up just anyone with Gloria. She might cut me off." He might have been flattering me, but I doubted it. I had a reputation as a straight arrow, which didn't really fit with seeing an escort, but I definitely wasn't the type to mistreat one. There really wasn't anything else to say, so I thanked him again and left. Now I had a new problem. I had to actually work. I didn't want to make Ben angry by leaving early and maybe mess up the meeting he was setting up for me. Oh well. It wasn't the end of the world. Actually, it had been so long since I worked a full day at Broadwell and Marks that I'd forgotten most of the research I did in the first days. Around 3 o'clock that afternoon, my phone rang. It was an unknown number. "Hello? Sam Waltley speaking?" "Hello, Sam. A friend gave me your number." The voice on the other end was smooth and engaging. "You must be Gloria. I'm very happy to hear from you. Mr. Johnson said you might be looking for a date. Do you have an event coming up?" She was careful. She didn't want to give too much away over the phone. Women in her line of work often dealt with businessmen who liked having them around for company. Something like that. "I'm in a bit of a hurry. If you're free, I'd like to meet and go over the details." "You're in luck. I had a cancellation. I can meet you at La Chiffre in the Westin Times Square. Does 8 o'clock work for you?" "That would be perfect," I replied. "I look forward to meeting you." I went ahead and worked a full day. Usually I turned my phone off in the evenings because Julie would call if I wasn't home. But some nights, like tonight, I thought I might need to call or get a call, so I set her ringtone to silent. I needed cash tonight, so I went to a 24-hour branch of my bank. With my knowledge of the stock market that day, making a lot of money was the easy part. Getting access to that money was harder. Banks don't like giving out big amounts of cash on the same day. If I had been in a smaller city, I wouldn't have been able to get most of my money. Luckily, I worked for a brokerage that handled billions, and I banked with one of our close business partners. Broadwell and Marks moved so much cash through the bank that any account linked to it got special treatment. Even when my account grew to several million, I was still small compared to the big players. I could take out several $100,000 in cash without raising alarms. If I needed more, I had a bank credit card with a limit tied to my account balance. For tonight, I took out $50,000. I went over to the Westin early. I rented the best suite they had. I didn't have time to get a new suit, but I had the concierge get me a new shirt and tie and build it to the room. They were waiting for me after I finished my shower. I was nervous and didn't want to sweat in my suit, so I stayed in a hotel robe until it was almost time to meet Gloria. I entered the restaurant 15 minutes early and sat at the bar. Gloria hadn't said if we were eating, so I told the maitre d' my name just in case. I got a text from Gloria just before 8. She said she was almost there and described her dress so I could recognize her. As soon as I looked up from my phone, I saw her. Wow, Julie was beautiful, but Gloria was in a different league. The two guys sitting next to me at the bar stopped their conversation. Julie was more my type. I liked them petite. Julie was 5'5" and about 120 pounds. Gloria was about 5 inches taller. Her heels made her almost my height. I am 6'2". She moved gracefully like she had dance training. Her body was well-shaped, but her face was the real attention-getter. She had the same chestnut hair and green eyes as my wife. But where Julie was pretty, Gloria was stunning. She looked like she could be a model or actress. I never asked her why she chose this line of work. It didn't seem polite. I walked over to her. "Gloria? Hi, I'm Sam." She reached to shake my hand. "Pleased to meet you, Sam." Instead of shaking it, I kissed the back of her hand. It felt like the right thing to do. She gave a little smile like she thought it was sweet. "Quite the gentleman," she said. I blushed. "Sorry, I wasn't prepared for your beauty. It seemed right." She might have blushed too, but I doubted it. This woman was an expert in charming people. "I put my name on the waiting list if you would like to eat." "Perhaps," she replied. "Let's go to the bar and talk for a bit." I'm not a great talker. With Gloria, it didn't matter. She kept the conversation going easily, and I felt relaxed around her. I could see why people paid a lot to spend time with her. She was lively and engaging. After we had talked for a while, she brought up why we were there. "I got the impression from Ben that you aren't my usual customer. I can see that. You haven't looked away from my eyes since we sat down." She leaned in and whispered, "I wouldn't mind if you looked. You're going to see it all tonight." I gulped. This woman's confidence was new to me. Sorry. There's a story behind that. When I was younger, I was shy. I didn't look people in the eyes. The girls at school thought I was staring at their chests, even though that wasn't my intention. I had to train myself to look people, especially women, in the eyes, so they didn't think I was being creepy. "No need to apologize," she laughed. "Most days I appreciate not being stared at. Let's get dinner, but I think we should continue this conversation in private. Why don't you get a room and we can order something up?" "I actually already have a suite. I wanted to take a shower after work. We can go whenever you're ready." I had been paying for our drinks as we got them. I left a tip on the bar and we left the restaurant. We ordered meals from room service and ate them in my suite. We chatted on general topics until we were done eating. I made a conscious effort to let my eyes wander. When a woman clearly wants you to notice her, you better look if you don't want to seem rude. It was tough to keep my eyes off her amazing body, but I managed. From past experiences with girlfriends, I learned that one of the best ways to make a woman feel special is to look at her. Let me explain. I don't mean staring from a distance or anything creepy like that. Make sure you have her attention, and then just let your eyes gently trace her face and body. Focus on parts not covered by clothes. Let your gaze show her how beautiful she is. Admire her not as an object, but as a piece of art. It's not hard if you believe, like I do, that the female body is perfect. During a quiet moment in our chat, I just sat back and looked at Gloria. I followed the lines of her jaw, her high cheekbones, her full lips, her slightly pointed nose, her deep green eyes, her curly chestnut hair. She went quiet and let me take her in. This time I was sure she blushed. Even a woman who knows she's lovely likes to be appreciated. It seems we're getting to the fun part of the evening, Gloria said, but we need to talk a bit about business first. We discussed prices for a minute before I told her what I wanted tonight. The cost is fine, but I have a special request. Nothing weird, just unusual. I want you to review me. Review you? She asked, puzzled. Most men want a fantasy, not feedback. I recently had a hit to my confidence, I said, pausing to find the right words. The truth is, my wife cheated on me. She said I didn't satisfy her. I addressed the issue, and now I need an honest opinion. She looked worried. I'm really sorry that happened. It must have been hurtful. I don't want to add to your troubles. I knew what she was worried about. I think I get it. You're afraid I'll be upset if you're too honest. She laughed, a light musical sound. Yes, something like that. My job is to make people happy, and I'm good at it. If I told many of my clients where they could improve, it would get messy. I opened the bedside drawer and took out a bag. Inside were 3 stacks of money. Here's $30,000. It's yours no matter what happens tonight. I promise I won't be angry, no matter what you say later. I want honesty. The only way you could let me down is if you lie to please me. But even then, I won't be mad. I'll just take my business elsewhere. I'll hold you to that. Give me a moment to freshen up. Gloria went to the bathroom. I turned off most of the lights, leaving just enough to see without being too bright. I took off my shoes and tie and sat on the bed. I was nervous. It was my first time with another woman in almost 8 years. I wondered if I could go through with it without feeling guilty. But in my heart, my marriage was already over. Julie had hurt me too deeply. Even if I could forgive her, I couldn't live with myself if I stayed. I had loved Julie for most of my adult life. I would have taken a bullet for her, but I wouldn't take one from her. My thoughts were interrupted by the bathroom door opening. Gloria had taken off her dress. She paused to let me look. I was more sure than ever that she had been a dancer. Her body was long and lean. She wasn't bulky like an athlete, but every move showed her muscles under smooth, perfect skin. As I watched, she took off her bra. She walked over to me, her movements graceful. She put her hands on my shoulders. I was sitting on the bed, and I couldn't help but look at her. She leaned back a bit, pushing her chest forward, and brushed my lap with her knee through my pants. I can see you like what you see. Why don't you unwrap the rest of your present? So I felt a bit let down when Gloria made me finish in about 8 minutes. I put that aside, though. She was just too good. We went for another round later that night. After, it was time for feedback. We talked about it in the shower. I had a hard time focusing watching Gloria wash. I'll be honest, when you told me what you wanted, I didn't expect much. I thought you might be bad. But you surprised me. In fact, it was one of the most enjoyable times I've had with a client. You weren't the best, but definitely up there. Your wife is either very picky in an extreme way, or she wanted to hurt you on purpose. Women can say really mean things when they get upset. I didn't expect to hear I was bad at it, but it still felt like a heavy load was taken off my shoulders. I didn't tell you the whole story before, I said. My wife didn't just say I was bad at loving her. She wrote it in her diary. She used it as a reason to cheat. She stopped saying it a couple of years ago, but she never stopped cheating on me, so I thought I became a better lover. But I needed someone else to tell me the truth. And maybe a few more people, too. But I didn't say that. It wouldn't be polite to tell this beautiful woman that I was already thinking ahead. As much as I enjoyed being with Gloria, I also wanted to see if I could attract and please someone without paying them. But that would come later. In my opinion, you have nothing to worry about. You were great at everything. Your touch was perfect, and your assertiveness was very exciting. Different women like different things, of course. If I have to find one criticism, it's that you were very quiet, but your actions made up for it. Women like to hear you too, just like you like to hear us. Thanks, that's helpful. Honestly, I don't make many sounds during sex unless I try hard. Moaning on purpose seems silly, but maybe I should talk more, say nice things. That would be good, she agreed. Don't fake it, but tell us what you like. Say if something feels good, express how excited you are. I smiled. This is what I needed. Helpful advice. I briefly worried she might just be trying to make me feel good since I paid her, but I thought she was honest. High-end escorts like her are smart and classy. She wouldn't lie to make me feel better if she didn't really mean it. Plus, I doubted she could fake those moments of pleasure. We dried off and went to the sitting area of my suite. We talked some more. Gloria gave me more tips to use in bed, but kept saying I shouldn't doubt myself. I took it with a grain of salt. Still, it felt good to hear. After a while, we went back to bed one more time. It was softer, more tender. She planned to leave in the morning. I'd be gone before that. Friday, July 15th, 2016. Day 133. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. Being with Gloria felt like the end of my marriage to Julie. While I couldn't divorce her while stuck in this time loop, being with another woman made me feel like it was really over. I got on with living my life. Living the same day over and over is like being stuck in the same place. I even thought about what it meant in a big religious sense. I didn't really think I was in heaven or hell, but my life could feel like both if I let it. So, what does a guy do with endless time? I watched a lot of TV shows. I ate at every restaurant I was curious about, and hundreds I wasn't. I saw every movie, play, and musical in New York City. I went to every museum and tourist spot. With my new money, I got into fancy places I couldn't afford before. I spent like crazy. I gave away thousands to people on the streets. I tipped big at restaurants. I went to high-end stores and let them pamper me. I went to a club and threw around $100 bills. I got bored easily, so I did a lot of silly things. It was freeing to know I could do almost anything without any real consequences. I even got good at using a garden hose in a funny way. The Chinese have their water torture. I had mine. Dr. Peters beat me up again the first time I tried it, but not as badly as before. This made me realize one of my new goals. I needed to learn how to fight. I'm a big guy, 6'2", 210 pounds. Being taller and broader than most guys, especially my work colleagues, I never had to fight. I was too big to be bullied and too gentle to be the bully. But I always thought that if it came down to it, I could fight. Like many men, I believed I was a hidden tough guy. I just chose not to fight. But Dr. Peters showed me I was wrong, so now I wanted to fix that. I wanted to beat him in a fair fight, and for that I needed training. You can find anything in a city like New York. There are lots of martial arts schools, and I had all the money I needed for personal lessons. My first choice was Krav Maga. I heard it was one of the most practical fighting styles, meant for real-world situations. MMA training was easier to find, but I didn't want to do much grappling, especially with someone like Dr. Peters. I worried I wouldn't be able to learn without building muscle memory. But I tried anyway. Maybe muscle memory has more to do with the brain, because I picked up right where I left off every day. For a while, fight training became my main focus. I trained for several hours every day. I'd train at one school for months, then switch to another to learn their style. Once I could hold my own against some advanced students, I'd move on. I didn't need to be an expert. Just good enough. I found something surprising. I enjoyed it. I had gone to the gym for years, but I liked the more precise workout from fight training. It was sweating with a goal in mind. Learning to fight in a controlled way was oddly calming. The movements to improve balance and coordination felt almost like meditation. And yes, I liked the fighting itself. Maybe my enjoyment came from the fact that I wasn't sore or bruised the next day. Krav Maga is a mix of different fighting styles, with all the wasted moves taken out. Since I liked the art of fighting so much, I decided to check out the traditional schools too. I went to several but gave up on them quickly. The instructors tried to fix me. They valued tradition a lot, and while I liked the yoga-like stances and movements, when it came to sparring, I always went back to the straightforward moves of Krav Maga. I even tried yoga for a couple of days, but after all that stretching, they don't let you spar. Boring. But it did inspire me to ask Ben if he knew someone who liked mild challenges. I met Cassie at the Westin with several pairs of yoga pants. That was fun. I was about to give up on other fighting styles when I walked into a small Hapkido dojo above a Korean restaurant in the Bronx. When I first met Sung, the owner, I felt an instant connection. If he had been a woman, I might have called it meeting a soulmate. But no way, I'm totally straight. It was strange. Sung was quiet and reserved. I was never able to become true friends with him. He was too closed off to form attachments quickly. As I got to know him better, I learned some of his background. But despite the strong pull I felt towards him, I knew we couldn't have a real two-way friendship until the time loop ended. As for that weird connection, I figured it was because we were both really into martial arts. Sung had military experience. He taught the traditional forms and katas, but made them practical and mixed in other styles where effective. In a sad twist of the time loop's effects, I saw Sung as my best friend, but to him I was just a stranger he met for the first time every day. His dojo became my safe place, the place I went when I couldn't think of anything new to do. I continued training in martial arts. After a while, it stopped being a means to an end and became its own reward, but I was still going to defeat Dr. Dick. Friday, July 15th, 2016, day 297. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me, no more. I went back for my rematch after about 6 months of training. I knew he had some training, too. Now that I had some skills, I could see that he was solid but unremarkable. Good enough to beat the old me, but the new me was going to teach him a lesson. I had gotten some small revenge in the meantime, like with the garden hose. Most of my efforts were similar prank-level stuff. Since real payback was out of my reach, I mostly annoyed Julie and her lover in ways that amused me. I once arranged for Dr. Dick's wife to catch them in the act. It was quite the show, but it felt too real for me. I didn't want a serious confrontation. It pushed me back into my depression. As long as I was in the time loop, I couldn't move on from my wife. I couldn't move on with my life. For my own sanity, I couldn't dwell on my failed marriage every day, so when I interrupted their fun, it was usually with childish pranks to make me laugh at their expense. But not today. Today I was serious. I briefly thought about distracting Julie. The neighbors 2 doors down had a new baby. They used cloth diapers and paid a service to take the dirty ones away. I thought about giving her a face full of dirty diapers to keep her from interfering. It hit me that I seemed obsessed with throwing gross stuff in her face. Must be unresolved issues. In the end, I didn't do anything. I figured if I seemed to hold my own against Peters, she wouldn't interfere. If she grabbed him again, I wouldn't cheap shot him. I wanted a fair fight. If she grabbed me, well, the first fight showed I could take a punch. I walked into the house after giving the lovers some time to get started. I had walked this path many times by now. There was Dr. Dick with my wife. I cleared my throat loudly. Harumph! They froze for a second. Then Julie started scrambling to get away from Peters. She moved up the bed and tried to cover herself. She stared at me like I was a ghost, making little whining sounds. Tears were already streaming down her face. I knew from experience that we could stand here staring at each other for several minutes if I didn't say anything. Julie never used the old excuses like, it's not what it looks like, or it doesn't mean anything. Her frantic words were always some version of, I'm sorry, over and over, but I didn't come here for apologies. Dr. Dick was standing at the foot of the bed, between and to the side of my wife and me. He kept very still, probably not wanting to make the situation worse. That's exactly what I wanted. I hadn't attacked him, so he wasn't defending himself. I needed a fight. I needed to make him mad. As I walked to the bedroom, I gathered a big spit in my mouth. I took a step forward and spat it right in his face. He was shocked for a moment, then he yelled and charged at me. Peters swung a big punch. Before, I might have tried to block or dodge, but now I used my feet to avoid it. Step back, step forward. When I stepped back, his punch missed. As I stepped forward, I hit him in the stomach. Dr. Dick fell backward, bending over. Now that I knew how to punch better, my hits were stronger. I wanted to keep going. I jumped at him and slapped his face, not a punch because he had a weak jaw. The slap hurt his pride more than anything. He came at me with many punches. Now, he was serious and careful. But I was a better fighter now, and I had longer arms. I easily dodged most of his punches. Dr. Dick wasn't doing well. I couldn't hit him too hard in the head, or the fight would end too soon. But I hit his body hard. I probably broke some of his ribs, and his whole upper body would be bruised. Peters was in pain. He might have tried to call a truce if I had shown any mercy. He probably trained in some kind of martial arts gym. He kept trying to get close to me, to use his grappling skills. Because I hit his body a lot, he kept his hands low to protect himself. Every time he tried to get close, I jabbed his face. Even though my punches weren't full strength, they made him stagger and feel dizzy. I was more worried about him passing out than him hurting me. Looking back, I might have trained too much for this fight. I expected a tough fight, but got an easy one. I thought this fight would be satisfying, but Peters was tougher in my memories than in real life. I was about to finish. I let Dr. Dick back up and get some space. I saw him moving his feet. I knew from our first fight he liked to kick. He hadn't had room before, but now he did. Despite what the song says, not everyone can fight like in kung fu movies. Bad things happen if you get caught with a foot in the air. You need to be very good to kick someone who knows how to fight. Dr. Dick tried to kick my chest, but I stepped to the side. Hapkido teaches 2-kick combinations. I kicked his groin with my left leg, then kicked up to his head. He'd feel the groin hit when he woke up. Julie was on the bed, her eyes looking between me and Dr. Dick on the floor. She probably wondered when her husband became a martial arts expert. My first thought was to joke about it. I spent 7 years trying to make her laugh, but not anymore. I did what I came for. I was halfway down the stairs when she started yelling for me to wait, but I didn't need to hear her apologies. Friday, July 15th, 2016, day 708. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me, no more. Beating Dr. Dick wasn't as satisfying as I hoped. I was glad I did it, but I realized the journey was more important than the fight. I won't bore you with details of my days in the time loop. At first, I tried to pass the time in fun ways. Then I learned that improving myself was more enjoyable. I read a lot. I tried to learn an instrument, but had no talent for music. I could sing okay, but couldn't tell notes apart. I learned new languages, which I was good at. In New York, you can find people from all over the world and practice. I learned French, Spanish, and German. But the first language I learned was Korean, which I wouldn't have picked before the loop. I spent a lot of time at Sung's dojo. Sung spoke broken English, but I got him to open up when I spoke Korean. Sung had a sister, Mi-suk, who was very pretty, but she didn't speak English, or so I thought. I planned to impress her, but once I could speak Korean, she couldn't ignore me. I found out she spoke English, but just didn't like me. Still, I was happy I learned the language. I read books on many topics. If I ever got out of the loop, I'd be a well-rounded person. Sometimes I took a day to have fun. I spent almost $200,000 setting up a street festival in Central Park. I had tables, chairs, and stands with workers giving out snacks. A big banner read, "Happy National Tapioca Pudding Day." I stood on a small stage surrounded by stacks of pudding cups. I had a bullhorn to make my voice loud. Today, this great day, is National Tapioca Pudding Day. Come and get your free pudding. Everyone is welcome. Free pudding? I started with a truck full of pudding, planning to get more deliveries throughout the day. It cost a lot of money to get everything set up so quickly. I had dancers in revealing outfits and a DJ playing music. There were girls in bikinis playing in small pools filled with pudding, actually water with cornstarch and food coloring. The police came and shut me down after a couple of hours before the extra pudding could arrive. "Sir, do you have permits for all this?" Believe me, I tried, but the city moves too slow and pudding waits for no one. "We're going to need you to stop and clean up this mess. You can't serve food without a license. It's prepackaged pudding. It doesn't even need to be kept cold." The officer didn't like me arguing with him. "Sir, you're already looking at a big fine. Don't make me ask you again. Shut it down." I nodded like I was going to listen, then got back on stage. "People! The man wants to take your pudding. This day won't be the same if you don't eat your pudding. Power to the pudding! Power to the pudding!" New Yorkers love a good show. About 50 people joined me, chanting "Power to the pudding" as I jumped off the stage and ran from the cops. I grabbed some pudding cups and started throwing them to people until the police caught me. I spent the rest of the day in jail. The pudding gods were not happy. Another day, I had a makeup artist give me a wig of long, messy hair and a fake chin beard. Then I went to a thrift store and bought some old, mismatched clothes. Looking the part, I went to an open mic night at a hipster bar in Chelsea. I'd like to read a poem from a personal hero of mine. He was a doctor, a man of science, but his words touch my soul, speak to my inner child. I cleared my throat. 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish. I was surprised by the hipsters. They let me finish and didn't get upset. They even laughed with me, even though I came to laugh at them. I felt a little bad, but I still did it several more times at other hipster spots. Their sense of humor made it more fun than I thought. Mostly I talked to people. As a child, I was shy, and that shyness made it harder to make friends as an adult. I had no friends now. All my friends were with Julie, and I knew most of them knew about Julie cheating on me. I wasn't close enough to any of them to ask, and I didn't want to be around them anymore anyway. So, I was looking for new friends. I couldn't make close friends in one day, but I could look for good people to maybe include in my life if I got out of this time loop. Sung was at the top of that list, but there were several more I met and liked. To them, I was just a stranger. Being a stranger to people I had met dozens of times could get hard. Sometimes I thought about going back to my wife just for some comfort. I stopped myself by coming up with a new plan. My parents had me late in life and were retired in Florida, a 3-hour flight, and I was with people who loved me no matter what. I also tried dating. Forming a real relationship was out, but I could use dating apps and go to clubs. I had to go on the kinds of dates I skipped in college, but maybe I had been too picky back then. I had a few dates that led nowhere, and sometimes I just hung out with women who weren't ready to get serious. Several of them seemed like they could be good for a relationship, but it's hard to know when you can't get past first impressions. I talked to my wife several times. I wasn't sure it was necessary. I knew her deepest thoughts from reading her diary. She would never be as honest with me as she was in the diary. I knew why she cheated and what she thought of me. Her cheating didn't seem to fit with how much she said she loved me. Still, I felt I should give her a chance. Maybe being caught would change her perspective. So I talked to her several times. She did a lot of begging and promising to never cheat again if I gave her another chance. I only had a couple of questions for her. I'll tell you about how our last conversation ended. Julie and I were in the living room, her on the couch and me in a chair. She had cried a lot. I had to let her work through some tissues before she could speak clearly. As I thought, she didn't lie to me, but she didn't offer details unless I asked. I had to make it clear that I knew Peters wasn't the first. That always shocked her. So tell me, Julie, why did you cheat on me? Oh, God, Sam. Dr. Peters, he's a very forceful person. I know that's no excuse. I don't have a good reason. Nothing that would excuse my behavior. That was true, but didn't address the bigger issue. And what about all the men before Peters? Julie went pale. She was at a loss for words as her hopes for getting back together faded away. She didn't deny it. Did someone tell you? Who would tell me, Julie? How many of our friends knew? How many people think I'm a fool because of you? Nobody laughs at you, she gulped. Nobody. Everyone loves you, Sam. They wouldn't laugh at you. Some of them know. I've been caught before, but that's about me, not you, baby. Really? I asked. That's a nice thought, but it doesn't cut it. Nobody told me. They stayed friends with you even though they knew you were lying to me. How could they respect me? I'm the outsider. You all have a secret, and the only one left out was me. They love me? That's a lie. Julie winced when I called her a liar. I had said worse things before, but she wasn't used to my anger. There was a long, heavy silence again. Our talks were more like silent battles with a few words now and then. Sam, I get what you're saying. I never saw it that way. I know our friends never said anything bad about you. I'm really sorry if what I did hurt your friendship with them, but if none of them told you, then how did you find out? How I know isn't important. You've been avoiding my question. Why? Julie sighed deeply. I'm not trying to avoid it. I just don't know what to say. I've been thinking about it. The real reason is because I could. Because I thought I wouldn't get caught. I believed I could have fun without hurting you. That wasn't written in her diary, but it felt true now. I guessed she would never tell me why she started if she had a choice. I read your diary. Julie jumped up and ran to the bathroom. I could hear her being sick in there. It took about 20 minutes before she came back to the living room. I thought she had cried all her tears, but she still had some left. I'm so sorry. I don't know how. I can't. She trailed off, unable to finish. Yeah, that about sums it up. Still think nobody was laughing at me, so I wasn't enough for you, huh? Do I not measure up? No, I mean, yes, you do. I just thought I needed more. I was young and foolish when I didn't get caught. She took a deep breath. Sam, you do fulfill me. If you read my diary, you know that stopped being an excuse. It was never an excuse, I yelled and slammed my fist on the coffee table. The glass top broke and I cut my hand. I just sat back and pressed my hand into the chair arm. It would heal. Julie jumped. Is Is there no hope? I love you more than anyone. I'll change. I'll never do it again, she whimpered. Do you think you can ever forgive me? Give me another chance? Could she change? Maybe. But I could never forget what she did to me. If an enemy had hurt me this badly, I might have done something worse. But an enemy could never hurt me this bad, only someone close to me. Once you let someone into your heart, you had to trust them. I could never trust Julie like that again. No, there's no more us. I believe you love me, Julie, but you're wrong. You love yourself more. You didn't love me enough to put me first. You didn't love me enough to wait or help me. You're a very shallow woman, Julie. I only wish I'd seen it sooner. Goodbye, Julie. Even at my angriest, I never got physical with Julie. I was tempted, really tempted. I could have done it and gotten away with it. But I didn't, for two reasons. First, I still didn't know how the time loop worked. I knew I was living the same day over and over, but nobody else was. One of my early ideas was maybe there were many dimensions. Could I be a point where many futures branched off? Could my actions affect others, even if not me? I didn't know, but I wasn't willing to hurt someone if they would have to live with the consequences. But that was a slim chance. The second, and much more important reason, was that I didn't want to be that guy. My father used to say, true character is what you do when no one is watching. I shouldn't let my bad side win just because I could do anything without consequences. I needed to control myself, especially because I could get away with it. I don't know if karma is real, but I believe some actions leave a mark on a person. Hurting Julie wouldn't help me forget her. I would be happier if I could forget her and stop reopening old wounds. I even stopped coming home soaking wet. I had no choice but to wake up 20 feet from my wife every morning. But one day, I looked back and realized I hadn't seen her in over a year. Friday, July 15th, 2016. Day 1382. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. I'm ashamed it took me so long to figure out the time loop. Or maybe not its nature. I still don't fully get that. But maybe how it worked. I went to sleep most nights. That sounds simple, but I didn't need to. I woke up every morning with the same energy and rest, no matter what I did or how late I stayed up. So I didn't need to sleep ever. But I still did. Sleeping at the end of the day felt right. Even if I felt the same the next day, it felt natural to rest. Over time, I slept less. Trying to date and make friends, starting over felt like a hassle. New York never sleeps, so I could meet and talk to people all the time. At the start of the loop, I stayed up all night sometimes. I thought my day ended at 5 a.m. and then I would wake up at 5 a.m. Friday. But when I started staying up more, I noticed something. Two things, actually. First, my day didn't reset at 5 a.m. Every day, my reset time was 4:58 and 26 seconds. I never really noticed how precise it was until now. I didn't understand why it happened then, but it felt important. If I didn't fall asleep, my day ended with a flash of light at 4:58. I noticed this soon after the loop started, but didn't think much of it. The flash was very quick, more like a brief impression than actual light. I thought it was just my brain playing tricks on me, a transition from being awake to suddenly waking up in bed again. Most of the time, I was in New York. Wouldn't you choose New York over Trenton, New Jersey, too? But this day, I was in Trenton. I had bought a book at Barnes & Noble and wanted to finish it that night so I wouldn't need to buy it again the next day. Like usual, I ended my day in a hotel. After finishing the book, I checked the time on my phone, 4:53. No point trying to sleep. I watched the minutes pass until the reset, then woke up the next morning. No flash. What was going on? I had gotten used to the flash of light. Not seeing it almost made me panic. I stayed in Trenton again that day, still no flash. Time for an experiment. I went back to New York and stayed up. The flash appeared again. Now I was really confused. I thought the flash was part of the time loop, but it seemed tied to New York. This flash became the main event of my day. I was just waiting for 4 hours, 58 minutes, and 26 seconds. I moved around, noticing the flash everywhere in New York. But the farther I was from Manhattan, the softer it felt. In New Jersey, I saw nothing. The problem was that I spent my nights indoors, either in a hotel if I was alone, or in a club if with others. One night I decided to be outside at the end of the day. That made a difference. The flash still lasted just a fraction of a second, but outside, I could tell it had a direction. Back in Trenton, I sat in my hotel courtyard at 4:58. I did not expect to see anything, but there it was, very faint, from the north. I only saw it because I was outside. The next night, I rented the penthouse suite in the tallest hotel in Trenton. At 4:58, I was on the balcony looking toward New York. Friday, July 15th, 2016, day 1403. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. I sat up slowly in bed. I finally understood what happened at 4:58 and 26 seconds every day. It was over fast, just a fraction of a second. But I knew what I had seen. A mushroom cloud. I might be the first person to cry tears of joy at a nuclear explosion. It was clear that the explosion and my time loop were connected. I had never thought that something outside was causing my daily reset, but there was no doubt now. A quick search online confirmed my thoughts. Even the biggest nuclear bombs wouldn't have a blast radius reaching from New York to Trenton. Depending on the wind, Trenton might get radioactive fallout, but that wouldn't kill me instantly. So if the blast wasn't killing me every day, why did the reset happen at that exact moment? The time loop had to be linked to the bomb. What made me cry with happiness was that there seemed to be a way out of the time loop, stop the nuclear bomb from going off. I started my investigation right away. First, I hired a helicopter. Actually, I booked a flight from Trenton to New York. The pilot thought I was just a VIP commuting early. I timed our flight to be 5 miles from New York at 4:58. At 4:55, I spoke to the pilot over the intercom. I had tipped him well before the flight and told him I might want to sightsee. Can you hover here for a few minutes? And turn a bit so I get a good view of the city? No problem, sir. Let me know when you want to continue. We were about to get knocked out of the sky, but he didn't need to know that. He'd be fine tomorrow. When the bomb went off, I was ready. I had a better view this time, but it was still too fast. I wasn't looking at the mushroom cloud itself. I was looking at the ground, trying to find the starting point. By the time I realized I was looking in the wrong place, I was waking up the next morning. I repeated this 3 more times, narrowing it down to East Manhattan. That was as close as I could get to the blast's starting point using this method. The closer I got, the more overwhelming it became. That was the easy part. Finding the exact location was much harder. At ground level, or even from the air, it was impossible to see anything inside the blast radius. From New Jersey, I could tell the blast came from the north. From Manhattan, I couldn't tell anything. It came from all around me. My aerial search told me it was on the east side of the island, but that was still a huge area to search. If the bomb was set off remotely, it could be anywhere. I'd have to search every building, every room. I needed to search everywhere. Every car, every dumpster, every basement in Manhattan. I would do it if I had to, but that was my last option. I believed there would be signs if I got close. I thought terrorists might have done this. They would need people on the ground, unlike a foreign government that could attack from far away. To start, I looked at places most likely to be targets. I walked the streets of Manhattan at night looking for anything strange or suspicious. The UN building seemed like a main target. I watched it all day and into the night. It is a large area and I would need more nights to see it all. But after one night, I moved on. There was too much security there. No one could sneak in a nuclear bomb. I didn't know exactly what to look for, but I hoped I would recognize it when I saw it. Every night I searched a different area. Times Square, Carnegie Hall, Rockefeller Center, the Empire State Building, the World Trade Center Memorial. I visited colleges, museums, and big companies. I spent weeks in Central Park. I searched for months before finding anything interesting. Friday, July 15th, 2016, day 1531. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me, no more. It was nearly 4 a.m. I was walking west on E57th Street. I crossed Park Ave and faced a roadblock. Wooden barriers blocked the street. I looked around. I could barely see another barrier on 58th. 56th was clear. More barriers were on Madison Ave. The entire block was closed off. That was strange. New York always has construction somewhere. But there were no workers, and usually the streets stay open unless work is happening. The barriers blocked the sidewalks, but people in New York often ignore these rules. There were a few people on the street, but not many at this hour. I walked around the barrier and moved slowly down the street, checking the buildings. Halfway to Madison, I saw something odd. Two men in maintenance uniforms stood outside a building at 57th and Park. Nighttime is when janitors and maintenance crews are around. But these men weren't working. They weren't smoking, talking, or resting. They just stood there about 30 feet apart. Without their uniforms, they could be security guards. When I stopped to watch them, they watched me back. One spoke, but it seemed like talking to no one. He looked up slightly at the building. I saw a Bluetooth device in his ear. Then I heard a loud noise like a heavy book dropping on a table, and suddenly I was looking up at the sky. Friday, July 15th, 2016. Day, 15:32. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me, no more. I had been shot. The last time I got shot was during a police raid. This time the bullet was bigger, and I died faster. Maybe it was a rifle. I hoped I found the place, but I needed to be sure. It could have been another crime. Considering how much I explored the city without any care for safety, it was surprising I wasn't hurt more often. That night, I walked up 57th Street again. This time, I stayed on the same side as the fake janitors and the building they guarded. I noticed they didn't bother people unless they paid too much attention to them. They shot me only when I showed interest. Not many people were around at that hour, especially with the barricades. I wondered if my shooting had caused a commotion. Well, that wasn't on me. During my time stuck in this loop, I had killed myself about a dozen times, only after being killed once and knowing I would return. It was like hitting the reset button on a video game. I wanted to start the day over, but I never did it lightly. I had to be very depressed to resort to suicide, but I never killed anyone else or hurt anyone badly. That wasn't who I was, so I felt a bit unsure about what I was going to do. These men may not have planted the bomb, but they were certainly dangerous. I got over it quickly. That night I wore a big hoodie, different from my usual outfit. I walked past the first janitor a few steps. When I was between the two, I took out my neighbor's Glock 17 from my front pocket. Other than shooting myself, the closest I had come to guns was playing paintball. But it's hard to miss from less than 15 feet away. Holding the gun with both hands, I fired twice at the guy in front. I saw him start to fall as I turned and fired 2 more shots at the man behind me. I aimed for the chest. My first shot hit dead center, but the second went up and a big chunk of his neck flew aside. For a moment I froze from the shock, then adrenaline kicked in. The sniper! I quickly ducked into the lobby doors. I heard a muffled thump, just like the previous night, followed by the sound of a bullet hitting the concrete where I had just stood. As soon as the door closed behind me, I bent over and threw up. Shooting terrorists seemed straightforward, but I wasn't ready to see someone die by my hand. In front of the doors was a short hallway opening into the lobby. I gathered myself and raised my gun. I needed to search the building for the bomb. I sure hoped it was here after I had shot 2 men. Ahead, I saw the lobby. To my right was a row of elevators. Straight ahead was a small cafe, probably for workers to get coffee, but it was closed now. To my left, the lobby expanded too far for me to see clearly. I guessed it was an information desk or a seating area. I carefully moved along the left wall and peeked around the corner. Man, I wasn't ready for this. I jerked back so fast I fell on my back. The spot where I had been standing started crumbling under a hail of bullets. The gunfire hit the walls and floor, sounding like a giant saw. When I looked around the corner, I had glimpsed the rest of the lobby. There were several chairs and couches, and in the center an information desk. Another fake janitor was there behind a huge machine gun. I didn't know much about guns, but it looked like a beast. It was on a tripod and fed by a belt of ammunition. The gun was tearing the place apart. I could barely see through the dust cloud from the concrete. Rocks and chips hit me from the floor and walls. I had to curl up and cover my head to protect myself from flying debris. I was covered in cuts and dust. I probably looked like a powdered donut. The machine gun stopped. He had to change ammunition. I scrambled to get around the corner and shoot before he reloaded. I moved, but before I could... Flash, Friday, July 15th, 2016, day 1532. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. Now I knew I had found the bomb site. It had gone off early. My attack must have triggered it before they planned. This could be a problem. But now that I knew where the bomb was, I took my time. My plan had always been to find the bomb and then plan carefully. I prayed stopping this explosion would end my time loop. If the loop ended, I needed to be ready. For one thing, guns were out. New York has tough gun laws. Saving lives might get me some leeway, but why make things harder? There was no way I could legally get and carry a gun in NYC in one day. Although, if I took a gun from one of the terrorists, yes, that could work. Bringing my own gun would raise questions. But using one I took from them, that would be fine. This gun problem was part of a bigger issue. If stopping the bomb ended the loop, I'd be in the national spotlight. Armed terrorists planning to set off a nuclear bomb in New York City. There would be no keeping it quiet. Honestly, I probably could have stopped the bomb and stayed anonymous. I could gather enough info to alert the authorities and let them handle it. But I didn't, for two reasons. First, the government might do anything to stop the bomb, collateral damage or not. What if they leveled a whole city block? I could keep trying until no one innocent got hurt. And second, no way. This was my day. Mess with someone on July 15th, 2016, and you deal with me. As for the fame, well, it was a burden I was willing to bear. I started my research by finding out about the building. A quick internet search gave me a directory. Most of the building had small offices, lawyers, accountants, stuff like that. There was a car rental company's regional office, some medical consulting business, and several vague company names I needed to check out. But the one that stood out was the South Korean embassy. It was on the 4th floor and seemed the only place of symbolic value to terrorists. New York itself was a target, but it wasn't a coincidence the bomb was in the same building as an embassy. I watched 57th and Park Ave. The terrorists arrived at 3:15 a.m. in several construction trucks. The fake janitors, now in fake or real cop uniforms, got out and redirected traffic while the others set up barricades. I counted 11 of them. I had to watch several nights from different angles. There were also 3 hostages. The terrorists brought them when they arrived. The hostages had bags over their heads and were moved into the building from the back of a truck after the street was cleared. The fake cops went into the building and came out 5 minutes later as maintenance men. Interestingly, 2 terrorists didn't enter the building. They crossed the street and went into a high-rise. One carried a guitar case. That must be the sniper who shot me. Early in the time loop, I had complained that spying was useless when trying to catch my wife. Now the tables had turned. I needed to go high-tech, and I had the money to make it happen. Across the street from the embassy was a tall office building. I bought a fake janitor uniform from a supply shop. When the real cleaning crew showed up at midnight, I was waiting with a bag full of envelopes, each with $5,000 inside. I grabbed a trash can on wheels from my rented van and joined the cleaning crew. They weren't cleaning any offices on the north side of the 4th floor. The closest spot I could get was in a real estate office on the 6th floor. I waited until they finished cleaning, then I gave each of them 2 more envelopes. Lock the door on your way out and forget you saw me. Once I was alone, I found a window facing the embassy and pulled my gear from the trash can. First out was a heavy-duty glass cutter. I cut a hole in the window and set the cutter with the glass aside. Next, I pulled out a parabolic microphone. This was a special model, made for the police and not sold to regular folks. Luckily, the company had an office in New York. I went there with a briefcase holding $250,000 and found an employee who was willing to let one fall off the truck. Side note, I paid way too much, but I didn't care. With the parabolic mic, I could hear everything the 2 guys on the street said, as well as the guy in the lobby who looked like Rambo. The lights on the 4th floor were on, but the curtains were closed. I aimed the mic at the windows and could hear some talking. In total, I could hear 5 of the terrorists. Helpful, but not enough. I was back in the high-rise, dressed as a janitor again. I had ditched the tech gear and brought a gun. I was looking for the sniper team. First, I went up to the roof. It was empty. I looked over the edge and saw why they weren't up there. The building was nearly 50 stories high. Shooting from this height was hard because of the steep angle. I leaned out and looked down the side of the building. I caught a glimpse of movement, like a rifle barrel poking out, then going back inside. It seemed to be above the roofline of the embassy, maybe on the 9th or 10th floor. I took the elevator to the 12th floor and used the stairs to check from the 11th floor down. On the 9th floor, near a marketing firm, I heard a creak behind me. A soft thud was followed by a sharp pain in my back. The sniper's lookout was there to keep people like me away. I hadn't seen where he came from, but now that I knew he was there, he was easy to find. The lookout was in an office with a clear view of the elevators and stairs. I couldn't sneak up on him. I figured out a plan on my third try. I came out of the stairwell, turned right quickly, and walked down a hallway out of the lookout's sight. I hid in a small space behind a coffee machine and waited. He walked down the hallway, checking each office. He didn't look behind the coffee machine. When he was close, I stepped out and pushed my gun into his back. Thump! Thump! His body muffled the shots, but I didn't know if he had radioed me in. I might not have much time. I quickly searched him. No ID, just ammo, a knife, a backup gun, and his radio. He had an earpiece and a small mic clipped inside his collar. Wires led to a device on his belt. I found a label, Ultralux, but no way to see the frequency. I heard faint noise from the earpiece. Someone was trying to reach the lookout. He must have reported me. Flash. The next morning, I looked up Ultralux radios. They were high-end, encrypted two-way radios. I found a dealer in Queens who showed me how they worked. The back cover came off, revealing a digital frequency display with arrows for up and down and 10 knobs for the encryption code. I went back to the high-rise. To buy more time, I tried a new ambush on the lookout. Last time, I had about 5 minutes before his friends set off the nuke. He must have called me in as really suspicious, and when he didn't reply, they knew something was up. Since I knew where the sniper team would be, I got there first, hid, and waited. This plan worked much better. I had about 15 minutes to frantically memorize the encryption code in the lookout's radio before the sniper came looking for him. They had barely set up in this building. I don't think the sniper considered that they might be under attack. He walked into the office with his sidearm still in its holster. "Jorge? Jorge, where are you, man? You're not answer." He stopped suddenly when he saw Jorge's body on the floor and my gun pointed at him. I shot him twice in the chest. Now we're even. Teach you to kill me. Now 2 of the terrorists were down. I didn't have much time. I focused on memorizing the encryption code. 10 dials from 0, 20. Unfortunately, there were no repeats. 09, 12, 18, 03, 05, 11, 19, 14, 02, 17. 09, 12, 18, 03, 05, 11, 19, 14, 02, 17. 09, 12, 18, 03, 05, 11, 19, 14, 02, 17. 09, 12, 18, 03, 05, 11, 19, 14, 02, 17. 09, 12, 18, 03, 05, 11, 19, 14. Flash, 02, 17. 09, 12, 18, 03, 05, 11, 19, 14, 02, 17. 09, 12, 18, 03, 05, 11, 19, 14, 02, 17. I kept saying the code to myself as I got out of bed. I typed it into my phone's notepad. Now I could listen to the bad guys' talks. For the next 2 weeks, I kept track of every chat and movement of all 11 of them. I got a clear picture of what they were up to. I won't lie at first. I thought the attackers were from the Middle East. I know, it's not right to assume, but that's what I thought. Then, finding out their target was the South Korean embassy confused me. The terrorists I saw were Hispanic, white, and black. This did not match the typical image of extremists. It turned out there were 2 groups, terrorists and hired soldiers. 7 of them were just hired. They had no clue about the nuclear bomb. They thought they were just muscle in a North and South Korea fight. They thought the plan was to kidnap the South Korean ambassador and his family, take them to the embassy, and guard them while the North Koreans did their job. The hired soldiers were set up this way: the sniper and his partner, 2 guards outside, 1 guard in the lobby, and 2 more on the 4th floor. The North Koreans were 1 in the security office near the lobby, and 3 in the ambassador's office on the 4th floor. The hired soldiers knew about a bomb, but not that it was nuclear. They were in it for the money, not to die. The North Koreans had big metal cases. They told the soldiers it was film gear and a big bomb. The plan was to film themselves hurting the ambassador and his family, then blow up the building. Everything was true, except the ending. The 4 North Koreans knew they wouldn't live. The North Koreans' goal was to hurt the U.S. and their South Korean friends. The nuke had to go off. If anything went wrong, they would explode it. Sirens, boom. Gunshots, boom. No answer on their radios, Boom! If I didn't stop them, the terrorists would spend an hour beating the ambassador and his family while shouting on camera. Then they would blow up themselves and the city. They were filming, but not live. They didn't want the NSA to spot them. They planned to upload the video just before setting off the nuke, not giving time to stop it. The terrorists' friends claimed to be a group of North Korean patriots not working for the government. I doubted it. They praised their leader too much. I didn't see how a small group from poor North Korea could get a nuclear bomb, but that wasn't my problem. I just had to deal with these guys. My biggest worry was the terrorists' quickness to set off the bomb. Any long fight would trigger it. 3 of the North Koreans, the hostages, and the nuke were in the ambassador's office. I could maybe hide near them and catch them off guard. But the 4th North Korean in the security office on the ground floor could still set off the bomb. Disarming the nuke wasn't an option. I'm not an expert. And even if the bomb didn't go off, I didn't want to be surrounded by bad guys. Stopping the bomb was my main goal, but I also had other things to think about. First, stay alive. If stopping the bomb ended the time loop, any hurt I got would carry over to Saturday. It would be bad if I died just when I was about to escape. So if I got shot, let the bomb go off and try again. Second, avoid innocent deaths. If someone like the ambassador's daughter died, let the bomb go off and try again. Third, come out looking good. If I succeeded, I would be a hero, like that pilot who landed a plane on the river, but even bigger. People would love me. I'd never pay for a meal again. But people would look closely at what happened. I needed a plan to avoid tough questions, like if I hid in the building, how would I explain that later? Not easy to do. I decided I needed help. With enough time, I could figure out how to do it alone. But it might take years, and it wasn't needed. Why do it alone if I didn't have to? Having even one helper would make things a lot easier. The first person I went to was Sung. Sung was from South Korea, and I thought of him as my best friend. He was the obvious choice, and yes, I noticed the strange coincidence. His background made him perfect for what I had in mind. Sung had been a soldier for a short time before he lost an eye in a fight and was sent home for medical reasons. He wasn't some super soldier. He even told me he wasn't a very good shot, even before losing his eye. He was good at fighting without weapons, but there isn't much need for that in the modern army. After leaving the military, Sung worked as a translator. We both had a talent for languages. He could speak most Asian languages fluently. He mostly worked for South Korean tech companies, helping them talk to their Chinese and Japanese partners. But there was someone truly skilled in Sung's dojo, his sister, Mi-suk. Mi-suk was the reason her brother moved to New York. She had been some kind of special forces in South Korea. I didn't know if it was for the military or the government, and she didn't say. She had worked closely with Americans in joint missions. She never talked about the details, saying it was classified. All she said was that both our governments betrayed her, and she had to leave South Korea along with her brother to avoid North Korean revenge. Over time, I had confided in Sung about my situation. Telling him about the time loop helped me get him to talk about his and his sister's past. That wasn't the main reason I told him, though. I just needed someone to talk to. I think he felt sorry for me when he realized I thought of him as my best friend. I hadn't let Mi-suk in on my secret yet, but now I did. She would be very helpful in stopping the terrorists. That made 3 of us. But I was going to add one more. My wife, Julie. I doubted myself a lot on this one. Julie didn't have any special skills to help stop nuclear terrorists. She couldn't fight. She'd never shot a gun. She wasn't very good with technology. But Julie had one thing that was more important for this mission. I could trust her. Wait, I know what you're thinking. Trust her, really? The woman betrayed me. She lived a double life and humiliated me. But, while I could never trust her with my heart again, I could trust her with my life. She loved me in her own way. I was sure of that. She would follow my directions, watch my back, and most importantly, I believed she would trust me. The biggest danger in this mission was one of my helpers going off plan. What if I got shot? What if the others had a chance to stop the bomb? If they managed to stop the explosion while I was dying, I'd be in big trouble. If something went wrong, I needed the bomb to go off and reset the loop. Even Sung and Mi-suk could only be trusted so much. I had to be careful not to put them in a position where they might betray me. Believing I'm stuck in a time loop is one thing. Letting themselves and all of New York die is another. They would let me die if it meant saving the city. I couldn't blame them. It would be the right thing to do. But I had as many chances as I needed to get it right. And I couldn't let someone else mess it up for me. I was sure that in this case I could trust Julie. If anyone in the world loved me and trusted me enough, it was her. Maybe my parents too, but they were in Florida. So Julie became the fourth member of my team. We made over 20 attempts to take down the terrorists. That might seem like a poor success rate, but we could have stopped the nuke in the first few tries. I was quick to stop the mission if one of us got hurt. Just as I expected, Sung and Misuk didn't want to give up. I'd have to cause a scene and let the terrorists react. I looked at those first attempts as learning experiences, seeing how the Mercs and North Koreans reacted to different tactics. What would make them set off the bomb? That was the big question. It took some trial and error to figure out. I was more sure than ever that if I called in the military, they would just bomb the building. The government knew the risk of a direct assault. They wouldn't take that chance. One thing I learned from our failed attempts was just how much Julie cared about me. It happened on our fourth try. Julie's job was simple: sneak up on one terrorist and take him out. She couldn't use a gun, but she had a tire iron and the element of surprise. The problem was that Julie wasn't a violent person. She understood how serious the situation was and was willing to help, but she had a hard time hitting a stranger. I had to keep telling her to hit as hard as she could because she would hesitate if I didn't make it clear how important it was. Well, on our fourth try, she didn't hit him hard enough. I walked into the room just as he was getting up behind her. He already had his gun in hand. By that point, I had one of the Mercs' guns, so he aimed at me. Julie saw my eyes go wide and realized what was happening. She jumped forward and covered me just as the terrorist fired. I felt her body jerk as the bullets hit her. I brought my own gun up and shot around her. I emptied my clip into him. I held Julie in my arms. "Why did you do that? I told you nothing can really hurt me." Julie just smiled, her teeth covered in blood. I had to take a day off to think about it. She took a bullet for me. You might say, big deal, she knew about the time loop. But it wasn't just that. It's one thing to hear about the loop and believe it in your mind. It's another to bet your life on it. Julie didn't live this loop every day. Each time I told her, it was new to her. No matter how much proof I gave, she could still think I was crazy or playing a trick. Also, I still wasn't sure how the loop worked. Was the world paused while I repeated the day, or did time go on for others and not for me? There were too many unknowns to risk someone else's life, but Julie had. Either she had total faith in me or she was willing to risk her life for me. I knew she loved me, but her sacrifice calmed some of the anger I still had inside. I didn't know what it meant for us after the loop ended, but it made me rethink my plans. While I had mostly put Julie out of my mind, I had always planned a scorched earth policy when the loop ended. Maybe it was too late to save our marriage, but it didn't need to be so hostile. I needed to think more about that. This is what happened on assault number 27, Friday, July 15th, 2016, day 16:05. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. I got up from bed and went to the master bedroom. I shook Julie awake. Huh? What time is it? Is something wrong? She asked, rubbing her eyes. You need to get up and take a shower. Dress in something light and comfy. I'll meet you downstairs when you're ready. Sam, what's going on? I gently pulled her to a sitting position. I'll explain over breakfast. We've got a busy day today. Trust me. That made her pause. She swallowed a question and shrugged. All right, all right. You want me up? I'll get up. Be ready to talk when I get downstairs, Buster. I took my own shower and put on light pants and a t-shirt. We had a busy day planned. I got downstairs about 15 minutes before Julie, so I started making breakfast. When she came into the kitchen, I was pulling off the bacon and getting ready to cook eggs. Oh man, I was planning to use that bacon for dinner tonight. I know, but we'll be in New York tonight. How do you... Julie began, confused. Never mind that. Since when are we going to New York tonight? Is it a last-minute work thing? No. It'll be easier if I show you something first. I motioned for Julie to follow, grabbed a few oranges from the fruit bowl, and led her to the den. I handed her the TV remote and stood with my back to the TV, juggling the oranges. Julie looked at me like I had two heads. Since when do you juggle? I've had a lot of time on my hands lately, I replied. I know a bunch of card tricks, too. We'll get to that in a second. Right now, turn on the TV. Okay, now hit mute. I waited as she did so. Now, without unmuting it, turn it to whatever you feel like. Julie smiled like we were playing a game. Okay, she said. What next? You picked the Home Shopping Network. Right now, they're selling ugly turquoise jewelry. Julie frowned, partly because she likes turquoise and partly wondering how I knew that. She looked from me to the TV behind me and back to make sure I hadn't set up a mirror. Look, I'll close my eyes. Change it to something else. Now it's ESPN. You tried to trick me and picked a channel you never watch. I opened my eyes. Now unmute it. When Julie turned the sound on, I synced my words with the sportscasters. I had memorized about 20 minutes of it and sounded like I was talking in stereo, still juggling. Finally, I dropped the oranges, took the remote from her limp hand, and turned off the TV. What the heck was that? She asked shakily. That was spooky, Sam. How did you do that? You always pick the same channels. It gets easy after 20 or 30 tries. Julie's mouth moved, but no sound came out. I led her back to the kitchen and sat her at the table. I've been reliving the same day today for over 4 years now. I'm not sure how many exactly. I lost count. Every day I wake up in the guest room and it's July 15th, 2016. She had questions, most of which I couldn't answer. I had many guesses now about how the time loop worked and one big one about how to stop it. But I sidestepped those questions until we dealt with the main issue. It took about 20 minutes for Julie to get nervous. She's smart, smarter than me. It was sinking in that I had lived this day over 1,000 times, and she knew what she planned to do at noon today. Did I know? How could I not catch her with so many tries? Plus, I wasn't quite me. I wasn't using loving words or touching her in any way. We'd had this talk before, but it still surprised me that she brought it up. Maybe she could tell I knew. So, Sam, if you've lived this day so many times, you've probably seen me doing things I'm ashamed of. She started to cry before I could say anything. I had wondered if I should keep Julie in the dark, deal with her cheating if Saturday ever came. If I had pretended, she might have thought I didn't know anything, but I didn't want to lie. I didn't want to fake it. If tomorrow comes, we'll start fresh and honest. We went back and forth about our marriage for a while. This was always new pain for her. Listen, Julie, we're not going to sort all this out today. I'm sorry you don't remember, but we've talked about this many times. I've read your diary. She gasped. Wait, don't freak out. Yes, it was bad, but you're lucky. I've had over 4 years to accept it. You won't have to go through the pain and anger I did. You won't even remember all the little ways I got back at you. What if I also missed my chance to win you back? She sniffled. What if I never got to save our marriage? Well, you should read your old diaries. Whatever we have by Saturday, you can be thankful that fate kept me with you, because if I hadn't been stuck in this time loop, I might have left you for good after reading what you did. I gave her a bit of hope. At least she could hope that I wouldn't cut her out of my life completely. There's a reason I'm telling you all this today. I still don't know much about the time loop, but I think I might know how to stop it. Julie pulled herself together. She saw that staying close to me and trying to make things right was the best thing she could do. If I was talking to her and planning with her, those were good signs, so she tried not to worry too much about our marriage. How can you stop it? She asked, wiping her tears. Tonight, or really early tomorrow morning, a nuclear bomb is going to go off in Manhattan. Oh my God, she cried. Our marriage issues were forgotten for a moment. Are you sure? Of course you are. How? Why? I'll explain everything today. It took me a long time to figure it out. My day resets when the bomb goes off. It happened so fast I never realized before. Anyway, I found the spot and made a plan to stop it. We've already tried several times. We have? Oh, right, that's crazy. So we're stopping a nuclear explosion tonight? Julie laughed nervously. It was a lot to deal with first thing in the morning. I don't think I would have managed as well. We had a schedule to follow, so I hurried her along. We both had to call off work. Julie worried about what to tell her boss. Just tell her you got caught cheating and need to spend the day with your husband. Julie's eyes filled with tears at that, but since she wanted to be honest, she did it. I told my boss Ben the same thing, but that I would come in for about an hour to finish some things. Julie and I rode the train into New York. We went to Broadwell and Mark's, where she waited in the lobby while I went up to book my trades before the market opened. Now that I had a chance to escape the loop, I wanted to make sure to get the money moving. Plus, I would need it today. After that, we went to Sung's dojo. I showed him something similar to what I had shown Julie. This time, it was not the TV, but the radio. Sung always had music playing in the dojo. I told him to pick a station and I would talk along with it. Sung thought he had a trick because he used an internet service to stream a Korean talk radio station. When he put it on the gym speakers, he was shocked that I spoke Korean and that I was speaking with the radio hosts perfectly. I made sure his sister Misuk was there. She agreed but wasn't happy about it. She was still her grumpy self afterward, but I had her attention. "You guys don't know me, but I know you. I've been coming to this dojo for years. I think we could be friends under different conditions. Maybe we will get that chance. But today I need your help." Sung was interested. Misuk was not. "How can I help?" Sung asked, just as Misuk said, "I'm not getting involved in this American's craziness. I need your skills. Sung, you were a soldier and an interpreter. I'll need your language skills. Misuk, you were part of the 9th Special Forces Brigade of South Korea." Her eyes went wide. She looked like she wanted to attack me. I didn't want that because she would beat me up, no matter my training. "We've talked a lot," I lied. "I know you don't remember, but if we had all day to talk, you would eventually share with me," I lied again. Misuk didn't seem to believe me, but calmed down a bit. Actually, I knew most of this from her brother. She never spoke much to me before we started fighting the terrorists. I had to get to the point before she lost patience. North Korean terrorists are going to set off a bomb in New York tonight. That got their attention. The one thing Misuk hated more than small talk was North Korea. Sung didn't hold much of a grudge despite growing up in a divided country, but Misuk hated the North. She wanted to know more and looked ready to force it out of me if I didn't talk. I had to be careful with how much I told Sung and his sister, especially his sister. They might believe me about the time loop, but they wouldn't trust me if they knew everything. The first time I tried to involve them, I made the mistake of saying the bomb was nuclear. Luckily, Misuk didn't know I could fight. When she tried to grab me, I surprised her with a hip toss and ran out the door. If I hadn't told her what she wanted to know, she would have hurt me badly. I warned Julie on the way over not to say it was a nuclear blast. I had to make it seem less serious, or else Sung and Misuk would want to tell the authorities. They still tried, but I convinced them to help me instead. Once she got used to the idea, Misuk was eager to stop a North Korean terrorist plot. I let her think it was a small operation. As the final hour approached and I shared more info, they would see it was a bigger deal. By then, it would be too late to involve anyone else. I told them to clear their evening and be ready to go at 7 p.m. We would pick them up after dinner. We went to get something to eat. I had to waste some time while my bank account grew. I started to give Julie her instructions for tonight and reminded her about what not to say in front of Sung and his sister. After lunch, we went to a fancy car rental place where you can rent cars that are too expensive to own. I let the salesman show me the Ferraris and Lamborghinis for a few minutes. "I want something comfy that screams luxury. Do you have any big sedans? Not a limo, but close." As expected, he led me to another garage with 3 Maybachs. They were maroon, silver, and black. The salesman started leading me to the silver one, but I stopped him. "I'll take the black one. It's perfect." "Sir, that one has special features. It's not really..." "Then that's the one I want. Top of the line. Plus, I love a black car." His face looked pained and annoyed. "Sir, that car rents for $18,000 a day. Maybe you'd prefer..." "This is the one," I said, and pulled out my credit card. The salesman started to warm up once the bank cleared the payment. What he didn't say was that this Maybach was an armored car. I knew that, but I wanted him to honestly say that he hadn't told me, just in case someone later asked why I happened to be driving a small tank tonight. The car also had a high-tech radio system because most people who rented it had a security team that needed to stay in touch. My story was that my wife and I were having a tough time in our marriage and wanted a night out with no expense spared. We would spend the day being seen in various places before picking up Sung and Misuk. We would then accidentally discover the terrorists by overhearing a radio transmission in our rented car. The story was thin. We'd need to fix some evidence to make it believable. Sadly, I couldn't think of a better plan. We needed a reason to charge in ourselves instead of waiting for the police. We would say we heard something bad going on, and since we were nearby in our rented luxury car, we listened and realized how urgent it was. So we took on 11 armed terrorists like true heroes. Yeah, right. I was counting on everyone being thankful for what we did and not asking too many questions about why or how we did it. The only excuse I had was that Mi-suk was a Special Forces commando, Sung was an ex-soldier, and I would claim to be their star student. I would just need them to back me up on that. Julie was there because she was my wife, and we weren't planning on any gunfights. Julie and I drove around New York in the Maybach, visiting all the main spots: Broadway, Times Square, Central Park. We ate at a fancy Italian restaurant, then picked up Sung and Mi-suk. We made one stop to pay off a delivery man so I could mess with the food he was carrying. I wore an oversized hoodie and didn't show my face. I showed him what I was putting in the food so he didn't think I was trying to poison someone. For $2,000, he stopped asking questions. We kept driving around Manhattan. This served two purposes: to put a lot of miles on the Maybach so I could justify renting it, and to go over my attack plan with everyone. Sung understood his role and why it was needed. Mi-suk was harder to convince. I should lead the main attack. You don't have the training for this. Really, none of us should be doing this. We should call the authorities. We've been over this, Mi-suk. I can't explain how I know what I know. Not to the government. They don't have my inside info. I don't want to get arrested on suspicion of being a terrorist myself. They would definitely do that if I showed them how much I knew. And your part is key, I added. I can't do it. You're the only one who can do this, he said. I still don't like it, she muttered. She would like it even less when she heard about all the things I hadn't told her. We went over the plan again and again. I told them about all the problems I had faced before. At 11 o'clock, we started phase 1. Julie had a simple but very important job. We had brought a loose hoodie and sweatpants from home earlier that day. Julie put them on over her clothes. She also took a tire iron from the car and hid it in her big purse. Remember, walk in the door at exactly 11:17. You have 7 minutes to get in place. Got it. I'll be ready. She paused. Thanks for letting me be here for this. It means a lot. She jumped out of the car quickly and walked away, wiping her eyes. We were a block away from the embassy. It was an easy walk for Julie. She hung out on the sidewalk until 11:17, then walked quickly through the doors and into the lobby. The night attendant and the overnight security guard were both in the restroom. The security guard always went to the bathroom at this time every night. But I had to be clever with the lobby attendant. I had put a laxative in his Chinese food delivery. It took me several days to get the amount right. He made multiple trips to the restroom. I needed him gone at the same time as the security guard. With the lobby empty, Julie walked straight across and down a hallway to the security offices. I had bribed a daytime worker a month ago to get the code to the door. She punched the code into the keypad, and the door opened with a soft click. The first room was the duty station, with all the camera feeds from the lobby, elevators, and public areas of the building. I had shown Julie where the cameras were and told her to keep her hoodie pulled up. The security offices were actually a group of rooms. There was the duty station, a bathroom where the guard currently was, a break room, and a bunk room for extra staff when needed. With only one guard on night duty, the bunk room wouldn't be used. Julie could hide there until the action started, as long as she stayed quiet. With Julie in place, we continued driving around until 2 a.m. 2 a.m., I drove the car into the parking garage under the high-rise building, using an entrance on E 56th Street. The garage had an automated ticket and payment system. At this time of night, there were only a few cars in the garage, so I parked in a quiet corner and kept the engine running. 3:15 a.m., the terrorists arrived and set up roadblocks. They killed the lobby attendant and security guard, as well as 6 other unlucky people who were working late in the building. Julie had to hide under the bunk bed in the security office. The terrorists did a quick search, but they were only expecting one night guard, so they didn't look closely. Sung, Mi-suk, and I listened to everything on the car radio. Our car had an advanced model that could tune into the frequency the terrorists were using since I knew their encryption code. We could even talk to them if we were feeling reckless. Sung was getting more nervous, and Mi-suk was getting angrier. "Why are we letting them kill those people?" Mi-suk yelled. You knew this would happen. Why are we just sitting here? I'm sorry, I said. I tried to come up with a plan to stop them before they got inside, but it was impossible. Any attack before they set up, and they would set off the bomb. It's a big one. It would kill a lot more than 8 people if it goes off. The only way to beat these guys is after they spread out and think they are safe. Sung looked worried. Just how big is this bomb? Big! Bigger than the Oklahoma City bombing. Oh, yeah. I wish I could save everyone, but that bomb can't go off. So get ready, it's almost time. We gave the terrorists until 4 a.m. to settle in and get comfortable. 4:03 a.m. I turned to Mi-suk. You're up. The sniper team checks in at 4:11. You need to make your move no later than 4:13. I know my part. I just hope you do yours. Mi-suk's job was to take out the sniper and his spotter. She didn't have the option to lie in wait like I did. I don't know how she got to them without being seen or raising any alarm, but Mi-suk was the best in this business. From the start, she had never failed to do her job, unlike the rest of us who had made mistakes many times. She asked me lots of questions about every detail of the sniper team's position, even things that seemed pointless to me. She walked off through the parking garage towards the stairwell up to the sniper team. I drove the car to the garage's 57th St. exit, across the street from the embassy. I made sure the lights were off so the 2 lookouts didn't see us coming from under the high-rise building. There was one of the terrorists' barricades at the entrance, but I wasn't worried about that. 4:08 a.m., I called the police. This was part of covering myself. 911, what's your emergency? There are terrorists in the building at 57th and Park Avenue. They say they have a bomb. Sir, could I get your name and location, please? Officers are being sent. There's no time. I have to try to stop them. Sir, do not... I hung up. With terrorists and a bomb threat, the police wouldn't just rush in. They would call in a special team and the bomb squad. By the time they arrived, it would all be over. 4:09 a.m. I stopped the car about 10 feet from the barrier, hidden from the terrorists. 4:11 a.m. The terrorists checked in with their leader, a North Korean, in the security room. He was managing everything using the cameras. He wouldn't check in again for 12 minutes. I sent a text to Julie giving her the all clear. This was our chance. 4:12 a.m. Mi-suk took out the spotter on the 9th floor by breaking his neck. She took his gun and shot the sniper in the back. He didn't even see her coming. 4:13 a.m. Julie left the bunk room and hit the North Korean in the security room with a tire iron. 4:15 a.m. Mi-suk got ready with the sniper's rifle. 4:17 a.m. Mi-suk fired 2 shots quickly. Thump, thump. One lookout down, pan over 30 feet, then the other one. Both headshots. At the same time, I floored it in the Maybach. The Maybach 62 is a heavy car like a tank with almost 600 horsepower. I crashed through the barrier and sped across the street. Mi-suk was so good at her job that our timing was perfect. The second lookout was falling as I drove out of the parking garage. Speed was crucial. One mercenary inside could see a lookout through the window. He wasn't looking when the lookout's head exploded, but we didn't have much time. I hit 20 mph and smashed through the lobby doors, turning sharply towards the information desk. The merc there was surprised. Instead of using his big machine gun, he grabbed his pistol. He got off 3 shots before the car crushed him and the desk. He was a good shot. All 3 bullets hit the bulletproof windshield in front of me. We had to keep moving. We weren't safe yet. I left the car running with Sung inside while I took the merc's radio. We had been listening to the terrorists' radio chatter from the parking garage. Sung's job was to imitate the North Korean leader once Julie knocked him out. Sung was good at it because they were from villages only 10 miles apart. After an hour of listening, Sung could mimic his voice well enough to fool everyone on the radio. We had to make up a story. The other 3 North Koreans were in the ambassador's office on the 4th floor, where it was soundproofed. They hadn't heard anything, but 2 mercs in the lobby had. "What was that noise?" asked one of them. Sung replied, "I see nothing on the cameras. It must have been outside." My turn. The sniper was South African. I'd had a month to mimic his voice. Some drunk missed the barricades, hit the building, and drove off. "Are we compromised? Should we hurry?" asked Sung. "No," I answered. "We're good." He drove away. "Everything's fine." That would keep them calm for a bit. I ran to the security office. Julie had opened the door. The North Korean was unconscious in his chair. Julie couldn't hit him hard enough, so he was still breathing. I took the Merc's silenced gun and shot him 3 times in the chest. Julie screamed. Sorry, but no survivors. We can't risk them telling a different story to the police or the government. These guys were going to kill many innocent people. I won't lose any sleep over it. Okay, I said. We have to keep moving. Did you turn off the security cameras? Yes, right after I hit him, I flipped the switches like you told me. I didn't want anyone seeing what happened. I couldn't have video of Julie leaving the security office because she was supposed to be in the car. The tapes would be blank from 4:13 on, and they'd have to believe our story. I couldn't leave any witnesses or evidence that contradicted our story. If asked how I knew what I did, I couldn't tell the truth. They'd never believe in a time loop and would tear apart my life looking for answers. So we had to lie. Julie hated it, but it was necessary. No witnesses or videos could tell a different story. I checked to make sure the cameras were off. Julie had messed that up before. It was 4:21. All right, I said. This console controls the elevators. In 2 minutes, press this button. Got it? Got it. Once you do, get in the back of the car and stay there. Julie gave me a hug before I left. I let her. I jogged through the lobby to the stairwell, giving Sung a thumbs up on the way. His radio job was done. Now I had 7 minutes to finish this. At 4:28, the North Koreans would start a 30-minute timer on the bomb. I didn't know how to stop the timer, so I had to get there first. Sung was now on cleanup duty. I threw the radio I took from the lobby Merc by the body. Sung was to take that radio and the 2 on the dead Mercs outside, turning off their encryption. Mi-suk was doing the same with the sniper team's radios. We couldn't claim to have overheard anything if their radios were encrypted. I told them both to pick up the radios through their shirts to avoid leaving fingerprints. Meanwhile, I was jogging up the stairs to the 4th floor. When I got to the 4th floor door, I readied my gun and waited for Julie to send up the elevator. I heard the ding as the elevator arrived. I opened the stairwell door and walked out gun first. Both Mercs standing guard turned to look at the elevator. I shot the one on the right twice in the back. The other one started to turn around, but I shot him twice too. They both went down. I walked over to them and put another bullet in each of their heads just to be sure. I had come a long way since feeling sick at the sight of blood the first night I shot one of them. At the door to the ambassador's office, I stopped. I had reached this point 6 times now. 4:25 a.m. Showtime, I whispered. Bursting through the door, I saw a scene I knew well. Cameras were set up all around the room, pointing to the center. In the middle was the nuclear bomb. It was a 6-foot-long metal box, looking like a narrow coffin with a keypad on top. They had rolled it in on some furniture dollies. 2 terrorists were standing over the scared ambassador and his family. One had the wife by her hair. The other was screaming angrily at a camera across the room. The 3rd terrorist was standing by the bomb, between it and me. All the North Koreans had remote detonators. I had warned Julie not to touch the one in the security office. The 3 here had their detonators on top of the nuke, with one staying close to it at all times. I raised my gun and emptied my clip into the terrorist standing by the bomb. He was tough. I wasn't a good enough shot to go for the head, and I knew from before that if I shot him less than 4 times, he would still reach the detonator. I threw aside my empty gun. There was a shocked silence as the 2 remaining North Koreans stood there, stunned. This was my moment to say something cool. I had thought a lot about it. I considered saying something tough and brave like, "Not in my country." But I'm no action hero. In the end, I chose a movie quote. It felt more like me. I came here to kick butt and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of bubblegum. Silence. Then the ambassador's teenage daughter laughed. Good for her. One of the North Koreans rushed for the detonators. I moved with him. It was a race. We were about the same speed, but he slowed down as he got there to grab the detonator. I didn't slow down. As I got close, I jumped and kicked the side of his head. My foot hit solidly at his jawline, snapping his head up. The sound of his neck breaking was like a gunshot. I stumbled when I landed and had to get back on my feet. The last terrorist just stood there, wide-eyed. He didn't have a weapon, and I stood between him and the nuke. He had to go through me. He came at me with kicks and punches, using Hapkido, a Korean martial art. But Sung had taught me a more practical version of Hapkido for real fighting. I landed a series of hits on his body and face. He was getting tired, but I wasn't taking prisoners today. When he tried a high kick, I caught his leg. I was heavier by 60 pounds, so when I pulled him forward and kneed his midsection, it lifted him off his feet. I still had his leg, and he couldn't land well on one leg. He fell hard, hitting his head on the floor. I followed him and delivered a strong elbow to his throat. I left him choking on his own blood and went to the ambassador's family. I spoke in Korean. "It's okay. You're safe now. The police will be here soon." "Thank you. Thank you so much. Those men, they said that is a bomb." "I heard yes. Experts will be here soon to handle it." I looked back at the last North Korean who was still twitching. "Why don't you take your wife and daughter to the waiting area? It's empty. You can sit there until help arrives." The ambassador nodded and led his family out. As soon as the door closed, I went straight to the laptop the terrorists were using to record their video. They had planned to send it to their friends and have it broadcasted in triumph. I had other plans for the videos. First, I stopped all the live video feeds. Then I walked around to make sure each camera was turned off. I gathered all the footage and uploaded it to an online storage account. After that, I used my laptop to send several emails with the videos attached. I sent these emails to my parents and Julie's parents. I also added a short note saying we might be held for questioning. But here's what they needed to know. The videos would explain everything. They showed the terrorists clearly talking about their plans, in both Korean and English. They also showed me running into the room and saving the day. I especially wanted my father to see it. He was a retired lawyer. Maybe I was being paranoid, but I worried that the government might try to cover this up, which could hurt me. Better safe than sorry. After that, I changed all the terrorists' radios on that floor to an unsecure frequency. I went down to the lobby and made sure Sung had also changed the car radio. Then I picked up the loose-fitting clothes Julie and I had worn before. I took them to the basement, where there was a machine for destroying documents. I was just getting back to the lobby when the police arrived in large numbers, filling the street from end to end. I looked at my watch. 5:03. I had made it to Saturday. My feelings were mixed. The time loop had been very hard at times, making everything seem pointless. It felt like being stuck in a place where nothing changes. But in some ways, I was thankful for the time loop. Besides saving many lives, I felt like I was becoming a better person because of it. I didn't think twice when I found a way out. But now I was wondering if I could have done more if I had stayed in the loop a bit longer. The loop was a chance for self-improvement, but I only saw the good parts now that I knew it wasn't endless. I kept thinking about what the time loop actually was and how it worked. I didn't think I would ever find real answers. The connection with the nuclear blast made me think at first that it could be explained by science. Maybe the powerful explosion had somehow warped time. But that explanation didn't satisfy me. I was the only one affected, and I wasn't even close to the blast. It also didn't explain how I just happened to gain the skills and meet people needed to solve the problem. No, more than ever, I believed that some sort of intelligence was involved. But who or what had guided the loop, and why me? I snapped out of my thoughts. There were more urgent problems to handle. Sung and Julie were already in the Maybach. I quickly joined them. I wanted us all in the armored vehicle just in case the police stormed the building. No point risking getting caught by accident now that I knew my death would be permanent. So far, the police were just surrounding the building. But they wouldn't wait forever. I guess they were trying to contact the terrorists. I later learned from Mi Suk that the first police arrived less than 10 minutes after I called them. They saw 2 bodies outside with damaged heads. This made them take my reports of armed terrorists and a bomb seriously. It took them almost an hour to get ready. The street outside was filled with special task forces, SWAT, the bomb squad, and hostage negotiators. I didn't know what the standard response was for such a situation, but I didn't envy them. My experience with the terrorists taught me that they would have set off the bomb at the first sight of a cop. Luckily, I had handled it. Sung, Julie, and I were busy on our cell phones. Sung talked to his sister in the high-rise across the street. He told her to drop any weapons she had taken from the sniper team and find a safe place to wait for the police. It was best to be on a different floor, away from the bodies of the men she had killed. We all expected tense reactions from the cops when they arrived to find 4 civilians and 11 dead bodies, 19 if you counted the innocents the terrorists killed when they entered the building. Julie called her parents, waking them up and telling them to check the emails I had sent. Then she called a TV news station. She didn't give them many details, but said there was a terrorist situation at 57th and Park. We wanted to make sure the media knew something was happening in case the police presence hadn't already made it clear. As for me, my first call was to my dad in Florida. He was always up early, so I knew he would be awake. "Hey, Dad, I need you to check your email. I sent you something." "It's not another cat video, is it? I told you to stop sending me those, Sam." I had never sent my father a cat video. He was just teasing me. It made me smile knowing how surprised he would be when he saw the video I had sent. "What is this? It looks like some extremist propaganda video. I can't understand what they're saying." "They're speaking Korean. If you watch the whole thing, they switch to English sometimes. I sent you 4 videos. They all show the same thing from different angles. I'll want you to watch all of it later, but for now, skip to the last few minutes. I'll wait." There was a pause as he did it. I could faintly hear the video playing over the phone. I heard my dad gasp when the door burst open. There was a heavy silence after my father watched my Wall Street brother kill 3 men. "Sam, son, what did I just see? Was that real?" "It's real, Dad. All I can tell you now is that they were very bad men. You'll understand when you watch the rest of the video. I promise I'll answer all your questions later, but right now, I need Jim Watley, the tough lawyer, not Jim Watley, my father." Though he had retired, my dad was a fierce lawyer when it came to defending his clients. I couldn't have asked for a better person to have on my side. "All right," Jim said, his lawyer instincts kicking in. "How serious is this trouble?" "Hopefully not too serious," I replied. "I'm clearly in the right here, but that metal case in the video is a nuclear bomb. The government is going to be deeply involved. I need you to make sure none of this mess lands on me or my friends." "Holy nuclear?" My father quickly regained his composure. "Which friends? Who else is involved?" "Julie and a couple of people you don't know, Sung and Misuk Kenji." "Listen," I said before he could ask more. "I'm in the building where that video was shot, waiting for the police to come in. I don't have much time. Right now, I need you to keep that video safe, so no one from the government can take it. As long as we have the video, I should be safe from any backlash." "Okay, I'll make some copies and keep them secure. I love you, son. Stay safe." "Love you too, Dad. Thanks." My next call was to the police. We had turned off our phones before the attack. The police had been trying to reach me since I called in the terrorist report. I called and identified myself, giving the dispatcher a brief explanation. I told them all the terrorists were dead, the ambassador's family was safe, and we were waiting in a car parked in the lobby, except for Misuk, who was across the street. The cops took about 10 minutes to verify my story. They found Misuk and checked the bodies of the sniper and his spotter. They tried different phones in the embassy until the ambassador answered, confirming what I was telling them. About 20 men in full military gear rushed into the lobby. They split up to clear the building. One guy came over to the car and told us to stay put. What followed were several days of intense questioning. Sung and Misuk didn't know the bomb was nuclear. Julie and I did, but we hadn't told anyone yet. The presence of foreign terrorists had already brought many government agents to the site. When the bomb squad saw the bomb, even more agents arrived. The intense scrutiny I had expected became real. I managed to talk to my dad again, even though the FBI, who had an agent watching me every second, didn't want me to. They wanted to keep me isolated until they had all the details, but my dad had been on the phone, demanding access to me. The downside was that having a lawyer made the interviews more hostile. The interviewers went from doubtful to suspicious. On the plus side, my dad had contacted a New York law firm, and we each had a lawyer by our side during every interview. The government couldn't isolate us and question us indefinitely. That's what they seemed to want. We stayed in a hotel close to the FBI offices for easy access. They tried to keep us separate, but the lawyers prevented that. We agreed to cooperate but refused to be treated like criminals. No all-day questioning and no cutting us off from the world. Despite all my planning, there was no way to present our attack on the terrorists without raising suspicion. Plus, some things I had done to cover my tracks left traces that suggested something was off, even if they hid the real truth. We had made up a weak story about how we discovered the terror plot, but it was hard to believe that 4 civilians would suddenly decide to attack 11 armed terrorists. We turned off the internal security cameras before entering the building, so the only part caught on tape was me storming the ambassador's office and taking out the final 3 North Koreans. Of course, the sudden stop of the video feeds drew a lot of suspicion. No one believed the cameras just happened to stop working when we began our assault. Everything about the security room seemed wrong to them. Why would the terrorist there turn off the cameras? He hadn't cared about them before. How did I get in there? The door could only be opened with a code. Why was the North Korean in there shot and hit on the head? My answer's, I don't know. The door was open. I hit him after I shot him, couldn't say why, maybe adrenaline. The first question really bothered them because I couldn't provide a logical answer. I knew turning off the cameras would draw suspicion, just not as much as if the police had been able to see what we had done. The last straw was the radio encryption. Why had the terrorists brought expensive encrypted radios, only to broadcast over an open channel? Unfortunately, the FBI fingerprinted everything, including the radios. They didn't find any of our prints because we had been careful. What they found were strange marks where we had used our shirts to turn the dials, and more importantly, partial fingerprints from the terrorists. If the terrorists weren't using encryption on their radios, why were their fingerprints all over the encryption dials? Mix the prints with the clean areas that looked wiped. If we hadn't had lawyers with us all the time, we might have disappeared for a while. Almost all the questions were aimed at me. According to our story, Julie and Sung stayed in the car the whole time. We had been careful to clean anything they had touched outside the vehicle. Julie tried to touch as little as possible in the security suite and cleaned up what she did touch. So their stories were easy. They faced the same questions about what led to the assault, but could deny any knowledge of what happened outside the lobby of the building. Mi-suk had to describe what she did in the high-rise, but she could tell almost all of the truth. The only thing she had to hide was messing with the sniper team's radios. She could even admit knowing where they were set up. We said we heard them talking about it. We agreed that if someone didn't know how to answer a question, they would pass it to me. I had a lot more time to think about this than them. This was my plan. We showed a united front, saying I led the assault. Some people didn't believe that a Wall Street trader had led a counter-terrorism strike, but there was a lot of proof. My fingerprints were all over the steering wheel of the car, which killed the lobby guard. 4 terrorists were killed with the same gun. Not only were my prints on the gun, but I was the only one besides Mi-suk with any gunshot residue on them. Then there was the video. The video was my undeniable proof that I was on the good side. No one could watch that video and not feel scared about how close millions came to death. The North Koreans made it clear they were on a suicide mission to burn Manhattan down. The video also brought my first threat of jail. It showed me going over to the terrorists' laptop and stopping the video feed. That made them very angry. They immediately grilled me for even touching it. What if messing with it set off the nuke? Blah, blah, blah. When their tech saw that I had used the laptop to copy and send out those video files. Whoa! Homeland Security went crazy. They demanded access to the cloud account where I sent it, as well as my and Julie's parents' email accounts. They threatened to charge us all with treason if we didn't turn over all copies. Actually, my cloud account disappeared the next day. I told them to get lost. It was a tricky legal question if they could take material I'd had first. They probably could for national security. But they would never convict me. If I made the video public, and I told them I would if they messed with me, no jury would convict me. There would be riots if they even tried to charge me. I've made my talks with the government sound very hostile, and they were somewhat. But for every bad cop who tried to scare answers out of me, there were 100 good cops who thought I was amazing. My father, who had flown in from Florida along with the local law firm he brought, protected us. But looking back, I think we would have been okay. We were surrounded by people who worked or lived in Manhattan and owed me their lives. We had earned some serious goodwill. I think every single tough guy who grilled us had flown in from Washington. Our hotel looked like a government convention. FBI, CIA, NSA, Homeland Security, even the ATF. The only non-government worker I saw was the NYPD chief of police. I believe they only let him stick around as a courtesy. This whole event was highly classified, but since almost everyone in our hotel had high security clearance, most of them had seen all or part of the terrorists' video. "Why do all these people keep offering you gum?" Julie asked. I laughed. The first day, all the agents were standoffish as they tried to figure out what happened. After the video went around, our reception warmed up. When a woman from the CIA offered me gum, I didn't get it right away. That was a strange thing to offer. When I turned it down, she cringed dramatically and her partner laughed. Then I was laughing too once I got the joke. From then on, I had a steady stream of agents offering me gum. I explained to Julie my heroic speech to the North Koreans. "I'm here to chew gum and kick butt, and I'm all out of gum." "You really said that? When you knew people would see it, you dork." I just smiled. Speaking of my wife, the week we spent as guests of the government was eye-opening for Julie. She had gone to bed Thursday night with a devoted husband and woken up with a distant stranger. Maybe it wasn't fair to her, but I had spent 4 years creating distance and she had no way to fight it. I told her that I knew about her affairs, but I wasn't acting angry. I didn't really feel upset about it anymore. It was like the world had slept while I had become a completely different person. I had spent as many years in the loop as I did in my marriage. To get mad at Julie, I'd have to dig deep into emotions that no longer existed. This was really confusing for Julie. I had found out she was cheating, read her diaries, did some small payback, and moved on. All in just 1 day for her. We were sharing a room with 2 queen beds. We were more like roommates than husband and wife. I was polite to her, even friendly, but that was all. She wanted to talk about our relationship, but I put it off until we were done with the government. Talking about us would mean talking about the loop. I was too scared the government might be listening, so we had to keep our talks harmless. After a week, we had enough. Through our lawyers, we told the government they could have 1 more interview, and then we were going home. My dad said they had blustered a bit, but they couldn't legally hold us unless for national security. I made it clear I would release the video if they did that. By now, they didn't know how many copies were made or who had them. Even I didn't know because I had left that to my dad. So I was sitting alone in a conference room for the final interview. My father wasn't with me. The government wanted a one-on-one meeting. Dad had been hesitant, but I agreed. By now, I had my story down cold. I wasn't going to slip up. I hoped my cooperation would be remembered when I left the hotel that afternoon. Plus, they had already let Julie, Sung, and Misuk leave. I was curious about what they wanted to ask me specifically and who I would be talking to. All the interviews so far had been done by teams of agents. A balding man in his 60s or 70s came into the room with glasses on. "Hello, Mr. Watley. I'm General Bradley Pembroke, retired. I'm the President's National Security Advisor. I've been watching you and your friends this week. I wanted to speak to you before you went home." "It's nice to meet you, General. If you've been following this process for the last week, then I'm not sure what else I can tell you. I feel like I've been wrung dry." Pembroke gave me a small smile. "I think we both know that's not true. We may have worn you out with our questions, but you haven't been very open with your answers." I didn't deny it. He didn't sound angry, more like a father whose son had let him down. I had to fight the urge to say sorry to him. He gave off an air of authority that needed respect. "Well," he said, "be that as it may, I'm not here to get more info from you. No, I'd like to talk about what happens next. What are your plans, Mr. Watley?" "My plans? I'm not sure what you mean. Can you move past this? You've done a great service for the country. By rights, we should be celebrating what you've done. But if we did, it would expose the country and you to new dangers." My dad had already brought this up to me, but I wanted to hear it from an authority. "How could I and the country be exposed to danger?" I asked. Pembroke folded his fingers and looked at me. "We can never reveal how close we came to disaster. Never. At least not while we're alive. Remember the fear after 9/11s? How long it took for people to feel safe flying or going to big events? How would the nation react if they knew terrorists almost set off a nuclear bomb in Manhattan? It was a rhetorical question, but I answered anyway. They would go crazy. Pembroke winced a bit at my language, and I felt foolish. Damn, this guy was good. If I wasn't careful, I'd slip up just trying not to let him down. He used his grandfatherly image like a weapon. "Yes," he said. "Quite. There would be mass panic, and the public would want someone to blame. We know who is behind this attack." "North Korea," I said quickly. He pretended to seal his lips. As I said, we know who is responsible. Rest assured this provocation will be addressed. But if possible, we want to handle this quietly and precisely. We avoided a disaster so we can avoid making things worse. The public would demand open conflict. We might end up in a full-scale war. It's better to handle this quietly. I believed him. If word got out that North Korean terrorists tried to set off a nuclear bomb on American soil, the country would demand war. As for you, Mr. Whatley, if your role in recent events became public, your safety would be at risk. How so? You would be seen as a hero, but also a tempting target. Some terrorists come from a nation known for violent payback, and they don't care about borders. Also, terrorist radicals everywhere would see you as a prize, the hero who stopped terrorism. It would hurt American morale if that man was killed by other extremists. You'd need to commit to personal security for life. My dad had made similar points. North Korea didn't mind making assassination attempts outside their borders. We hadn't thought about other radicals targeting me too, but it made sense. If I became famous for stopping terrorists, I might end up on the hit list of every group that hated America, which was most of them. I glanced at Pembroke. I once dreamed of fame and riches, but this last week killed that dream. So what's the official story? We can't hide that it was a foiled terrorist attack, but your name and your friends' names won't be linked to it. Anyone mentioning a nuclear part will be quietly warned, then loudly dismissed if needed. Your call to the police about terrorists with a bomb is public info now. Everyone who went into that building works for the government. The NYPD wasn't let in until it was safe, so we can control what people hear. He paused for a moment. You didn't tell your name to the police, but you used your personal phone. That's a problem. Only a few officers know who you are. We've tried to keep that quiet. It's better for everyone if the world thinks the government stopped the attack. So the government is going to take all the credit, huh? I asked, feeling a bit bitter. Pembroke looked a bit embarrassed. Yes, that's right. No offense, Mr. Whatley, but in the world of stopping terrorists, you are nobody. You did great, maybe too great. But terrorists won't be scared of you. They will say you just got lucky. I felt a bit insulted, but I couldn't argue against it. So I just blew a raspberry at Pembroke. He looked surprised, then laughed. No, he said. You're definitely not James Bond, and that's who we want everyone to think stopped that bomb, a team of top government agents. If North Korea or anyone else knew how close they got. He paused, waiting for me to catch on. They would try again. Exactly. We don't know how they got so close this time. Every police and spy agency in the U.S. is now focused on this. That's why you're not getting the hero's praise. It's clear you know more than you're saying. We want to stop another attempt. Maybe here, maybe somewhere else. Anything you don't tell us could be the key to saving millions. I cleared my throat. I swear I don't know how they got the nuke into the country. I don't know where they were before they got to the embassy. Then how did you know they'd be there? Pembroke asked. I didn't. I just got lucky, I said firmly. It was my usual answer when the government questioned me. Pembroke started to argue, but I cut him off. After this, I'm going home. I get that you want answers, and I wish you luck finding the terrorists and stopping any future attacks. Let me give you a hypothetical. Go ahead. Let's say I was hiding what I know, that I did know in advance, but only hours, not days. Have you watched the whole video, General? Have you heard what those North Koreans planned? I have, he replied. If SEAL Team 6 had raided that building, what do you think would have happened? Are you saying you are better than the Navy SEALs, Mr. Whatley? No, I said. That's not my point. Think about it. You know how the terrorists were spread out. 4 North Koreans had remote detonators. They were in contact with other terrorists in different spots. Could the SEALs have surprised them so quickly and quietly that none of them could set off the bomb? Pembroke looked troubled, but defended his men. Mr. Whatley, if you, a stock trader, could do it, the military could too, especially with the knowledge you had. Ah, but that's the thing, General Pembroke. Knowing what you know now, would you have risked an assault? With 4 fanatics ready to push the button, would you have risked going in? We're still speaking hypothetically. That made him think. He paused, really considering it. No. No. I wouldn't risk it. What would you do then? How would you stop them if you couldn't attack directly? My first priority would be stopping them before they reached— No, I cut in. You might know where they were before, maybe near New York. You can't stop them before they reach a crowded area. You can't attack directly. What do? Pembroke grumbled. He was smart and knew where I was going. In hindsight, if we had known how risky it was, we wouldn't have gone in or tried to make contact. We would have fired several Hellfire missiles into that building until it was nothing but rubble, and the nuclear device was just twisted metal. Would an airstrike like that cause much damage to nearby areas? I asked. No, very little, if any. With today's weapons, we could have knocked the building down without hurting the places next to it. Some debris would fly around, but since the street in front was nearly empty, few bystanders would get hurt. And what about the ambassador's family? Pembroke hesitated. In this case, Mr. Kuhn's family would have to be a sad sacrifice to save many more people. Well, General, I said, you have an answer for this situation. If I had given you more notice, 3 more innocent people would have died, the building would have been destroyed, and you'd have an even bigger problem. But what makes you qualified to make that choice, Mr. Watley? We would only use an airstrike if we thought the risk was too high. If the U.S. government won't risk millions of lives in New York, why do you get to risk them? I rubbed my face. It was early in the day, but this talk was tiring. I don't have a good answer for you, General Pembroke. Not one that would make sense to you. I can only say that on that day, I felt like I was in a unique spot to do something. I did it. It's done. Many people will question my actions, but I've always thought the what-if game is a waste of time. Pembroke sighed. Are you sure you have nothing else to say? If I knew something that could stop another attack, I'd tell you right away, but I don't. I stood up to leave. So, I said, is this it? Do I go back to being unknown? I'm not going to have a bunch of repairmen watching me, am I? No, Mr. Watley, no surveillance. Off the record, I have to praise you for your quick thinking with that video. Some people would have tried to bother you forever if not for the threat of you releasing it. Just between you and me, you are right. If the video came out, we couldn't charge you. But I hope you understand that any fame would come at a big cost to you and the nation. I honestly didn't care. I was just happy that time was moving again, that I could live my life again, but I felt I had to complain a bit just for show. I understand. I see the logic of it, but it's still tough that I can save so many lives and get no reward or recognition. It's its own reward, I know. I feel good about how things turned out. Still, I get the feeling the government would be happy to forget about me. I'm sorry you feel that way, Mr. Watley, Pembroke said, leaning forward, because I assure you the nation is very grateful. In fact, I've been told that after some time, you and your wife, along with the Kenjis, will be invited to the White House. That surprised me. I let out a low whistle. It made sense, but the thought of meeting the president blew me away. Also, he continued, you and your friends are getting a gift. For the next 5 years, you won't have to pay federal, New York, and New Jersey taxes. If you move, you might have to pay taxes in the new state, but we can work something out. Wow, I said, shocked. That was a nice gift, especially since I had made over $7 million in the stock market before I escaped the time loop. I thought they didn't know about that until— I understand you made a lot of money recently. Very recently. I raised my eyebrows in fake surprise. If the government had looked into my bank details, they did it secretly. But I wasn't surprised they found my new wealth. I wondered how it looked from the outside. I went from a regular office guy, deep in debt on Thursday, to a skilled fighter and millionaire, fighting terrorists on Friday. I am Batman, I whispered to myself. Oops, I forgot where I was. I looked at General Pembroke. He clearly heard me, judging from the amused look on his face. I coughed and got us back on track. I thanked the general for the government's generous gift. No more was said about my newfound wealth, though looking back, I'm sure it added to their suspicion. We chatted for a few more minutes. He gave me a card with his number in case I needed to contact him. Then we said our goodbyes and I went home. In the end, Uncle Sam's gratitude outweighed his suspicion. They contacted me several times over the next few weeks to clarify things. Sometimes I could help, sometimes not. My role in stopping a terrorist attack never became public. The video stayed unseen by the world, though random people would still offer me gum now and then. There was a big intelligence community in New York, and I was like a minor celebrity if one of them recognized me. For the most part, once I left the hotel that day, I put everything that happened at 57th and Park Avenue behind me. I used to be just an ordinary person. Now I had to go home and face my wife. Well, technically, she had waited for me to finish my meeting with the National Security Advisor, so she was going home with me. But how much longer would it be our home? That was the real question. We had an uncomfortable train ride to New Jersey, followed by an awkward drive home. I hadn't thought about my Ford Taurus until we got back. Of course, it had been towed because I left it all week, so we had to take a cab. Once we walked in the door, the tension broke. "Please talk to me, Sam. This silence is killing me. We had talked a lot over the last week, but not about us." "Come on," I said. "Let's sit down and talk this out. I'm sorry I put this off, but I didn't want to discuss our marriage while we were guests of the government. I didn't want any distractions from the big issues." "They weren't more important to me, Sam. Nothing is more important to me than our marriage. I know you don't believe—" "I believe you, Julie," I interrupted. She had been ready to convince me. "You believe me?" "Yes, I believe you. I believe our marriage is the most important thing to you. I believe you love me. I believe if I gave you another chance, you wouldn't stray again." Julie's face showed a mix of confusion and hope. "That's not our problem, Julie. Feelings have never been our problem. Or more accurately, they have never been your problem. Your problem has been that your actions don't match your feelings." "I know," she sniffed. "What I did was terrible. I never meant to hurt you." I sighed. What do you say to that? It was true from her perspective, but it was so foolish. "Well, you did. More than I ever thought another person could hurt me. You took the best thing in my life and turned it into a lie. You made me question myself at the most basic level. It took a long time for me to recover and prepare to move on." "Move on?" Julie asked. "Does that mean you already made up your mind? Do I not get a chance to fight for us? To try to make it up to you?" "I've had 4 years to think about this, Julie. It would be pretty sad if I hadn't decided on a course of action in all that time. Maybe from your perspective, it's not fair that you were in the dark while I was deciding the fate of our marriage. But in my view, it couldn't be fairer. You kept me in the dark for years while you made a fool of me. You had chances. You had our whole relationship together. If you had ever stopped, if you had ever really put me first, then there might have been hope for us." Julie had tears running down her cheeks. With over a week to process things, she was over the hysterics that I faced every time I confronted her. But she was still prone to bouts of crying. I think the time spent in the hotel, with me treating her more as a roommate than a soulmate, had shown her how much things had changed. "So what are you going to do, Sam?" Julie asked sadly. "Do you not love me at all anymore? Can you ever forgive me?" "I still care for you, Julie. I don't know if I would call it love exactly. Originally, I had a revenge plan all mapped out for you, but I had a change of heart. I spent a lot more time with you over my last few months in the time loop and remembered some of the things that made me love you in the first place. So, no scorched earth. The only thing you have to prepare yourself for is I'm going to air the dirty laundry of all my so-called friends." Julie turned pale. "What do you mean?" "Well, in my original plan, I was going to get hold of you and your sister's diaries and make copies for all your friends. Does Samantha know that Emma slept with her husband? Do any of the husbands know what happened at Claire's bachelorette party? I considered letting all that go, for your sake, but that group of people who called themselves my friends never showed me any consideration, and unlike you, they haven't built up any goodwill with me. I may not go to the trouble of providing evidence, but I'm still going to be sending a lot of emails. Let them do their own investigating. All the dirty little secrets, at least the ones you and your sister knew about, are about to be aired. I'm going to provide them with the courtesy they never extended to me. I hope they all choke on it." Julie was silent for a moment, trying to process what it all meant for her. Her circle of friends obviously didn't care about her infidelity. They'd known about it for years. But they might not be so forgiving when her demons came back to haunt them. Then, of course, there was her sister. "Sam, please don't do that to Emma. Please. Steve will leave her. She'll be devastated. She wasn't like me. She didn't stray often. Please." My dear sister-in-law, my favorite member of your family who told me that I was the brother she always wanted, and who had such a great time talking with almost everyone she knew about how pathetic her sister's husband was in bed. Just talking about this was getting me worked up again, opening a pool of rage that I'd thought I had left behind. No, I said. I'm not going to get into all the reasons why you and all your friends and family deserve what's coming. You're all going to get off easy, especially you. Be thankful that I want to put this period in my life behind me. I'm still young. I can rebuild a better life for myself, and there's no place in it for people like our old friends. So I'm going to send off my emails. Then they cease to exist for me. What about me? Julie whispered. Am I just part of your past now? I took a deep breath. Yes. As Julie curled into a ball and cried, I thought back over my decision. I thought a lot about staying friends with my wife, not as husband and wife. That wasn't possible anymore. I didn't have any romantic feelings for her. The idea of being close to her made me uncomfortable. Part of this was because of all the other men she had been with while we were married. But the bigger issue was why she had been unfaithful. I would always feel like I had to impress her if we shared a bed again. She had ruined the romance for me. I considered trying to be friends with Julie. She had been my best friend for a long time. We got along well, and I thought if we could move past our marriage, we could be great friends. But I decided that was not possible. We would always be haunted by our failed marriage. Even if I was ready to move on, Julie wasn't. It would be very painful for her if I stayed in touch but didn't show her the love she wanted. That would be bad for both of us. No, it was better to make a clean break. Julie was young. She would get over it. And I didn't need to be reminded of our past. Julie tried to change my mind a few times, but she was fighting a losing battle. My feelings for her were gone. I didn't cry or get angry. She couldn't convince me when she talked about us. So long before our divorce was final, she accepted that she was losing me. The divorce was the most friendly I had ever seen. We didn't use lawyers. I did the paperwork myself and Julie signed it. That's possible if both people agree on everything. Our divorce was simple. I took my clothes and personal things and left everything else to Julie. We had a lot of debt before I started earning money from day trading, but I used my money to pay off the house and Julie's car. The only debt she had left was her student loans. With only property taxes to pay, she could afford to stay in our big house. It might seem like I gave her a lot for being unfaithful, but I think it was a small price to pay. If we had gone to court, she could have gotten more money because I made a lot while we were still married. Julie didn't know exactly how much money I had, but she knew it was a lot and could have gone after it. Plus, she helped save the lives of many New Yorkers. I never forgot that she took a bullet for me. She deserved something for that. I also gave big cash gifts to Sung and Misuk. Once all the paperwork was done and filed, I packed a truck and got ready to leave New Jersey and my past behind. Julie and I shared a last hug. My eyes got a bit teary, for what could have been and for what never was. If you can ever find it in your heart to give me another chance, Sam. I just smiled sadly. We both knew this was the end. I moved into my new apartment in downtown Manhattan near Central Park. It cost me $1.5 million. Even after paying off Julie's bills and buying a new home, I still had over $4 million in the bank. Combined with my tax break, I was set for the future. With careful investing, I could live off that money for the rest of my life. And since I had worked in an investment firm since college, but I was too young to retire. I had enjoyed a carefree life during the time loop. I was ready for a new challenge. Speaking of which, my days at Broadwell and Mark's were over. While I was at Hotel Fed, I had called work saying I had marriage troubles. They didn't really care. The company cared only about business. There was no room for personal issues. So I would have been in trouble if I went back. Luckily, I never planned to stay. The time loop had killed my passion for my job. I had spent 6 years after college reading financial news like a Bible. I was always looking for the next big thing or a way to beat the market. For the company, if not for myself. During the loop, making money in the stock market became as easy as breathing. I turned $20,000 into $7 million, all for myself. I couldn't get excited about finding another small gain for a mutual fund. I still did market research for my own investments, but my days of being a corporate worker were over. As it turned out, Broadwell and Mark's wasn't too happy with me either. I went in planning to quit, but it soon became clear that the bosses were very angry with me. They spied on the personal trading accounts of their workers. Aggressive personal trading was encouraged. Well, my rapid rise in wealth had not gone unnoticed. My manager, Ben, told me about the cold looks and rude comments I was getting. "Sam, what did you do?" "Scratch that. Everyone in the company knows what you did. How did you do it?" "Erickson assigned 3 guys to look through every trade you made and figure out your method. They've been working on it all week." Now I understood. They were not mad that I had become rich overnight. They were mad that I hadn't shared how I did it. And they had no idea how I pulled it off. Talking more with Ben, I got the whole story. Stock traders always try to find a math formula that can beat the market. The problem is, there is too much human input in the market for a computer to predict stock movements correctly. People don't act the same way all the time, so neither do companies or investors. But math experts still try to create models to predict the market. At Broadwell and Marks, there were 2 ideas about how I became successful overnight. The first was that I made my own formula, but few believed that. It was talked about, but most thought the second idea was more likely, that I cheated somehow, tricked the system. On July 15th, I made 217 stock trades, and not one of them lost money. I made money on every single trade, which is almost impossible. But all the companies and financial products I traded were too different for me to have used secret information, which is the most common form of investment fraud. I doubted that the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, would look into my case. In the big picture, $7 million is not much on Wall Street, and I knew any investigation would find nothing, because there was nothing to find. As far as I know, there is no law against using financial information gained from time travel. Of course, I couldn't tell Ben or anyone else how I did it. He and the other executives at Broadwell and Marks assumed I found some way to predict stock movement, probably illegally. They didn't care about the legalities. They were just eager to get their hands on my method. They were bound to be disappointed, and they knew it. They wouldn't have shared either. Not that I could. This gave me another reason to quit. I had set myself up for impossible expectations and sparked envy in my superiors, so I was out of a job. I moved into my new apartment and looked for work. I followed Sung's example and started working part-time as an interpreter. I worked mainly for the New York court system, but I also got hired by companies to help with negotiations with foreign businesses. I found it enjoyable and surprisingly well paid. It also kept me practicing the languages I had learned and gave me a reason to keep studying more. My interpreter work, along with managing my own investments, made my bank account grow steadily. Enough that I rarely think about money these days. My love life was fine, but nothing special. The first woman I tried to date was Mi Suk. She was athletic, attractive, and a bit dangerous. She was like a panther in human form. Sadly, her opinion of me was as low as dirt on her shoe. I hoped that our shared interests, like Hapkido, long walks on the beach, and saving New York from trouble, would bring us together. And we had the chance to get to know each other over time. But no. I had to admit that she would never be a friend, let alone a love interest. I never found out why she didn't like me. Maybe she was just not a pleasant person. During my time, I identified a few women who might become love interests. It took me some time to meet them all, but I found out that there wasn't any real spark with any of the women I was interested in. Not that I didn't enjoy trying. I was happy being single, and even if I didn't have the one in my life, I had a good dating life. I went out with about a dozen women over the next couple of years, with relationships lasting from 2 weeks to 6 months. As my 30th birthday was coming up, I began to feel a bit uneasy. I'm a romantic at heart, and I always enjoyed being married. Around that time, my building got a new tenant. The top floor of the building I lived in had 4 apartments, each about 2,300 square feet. I had the northeast corner, facing Central Park. The unit next to mine had been empty for a couple of weeks since an elderly dentist and his wife moved to a warmer place. I was relaxing on my balcony when I got a call from Fred, the building manager. "Mr. Watley, sorry to bother you, but could you help with some translating this afternoon?" "Fred, I told you to call me Sam. And sure, I can help. What's up, another Guatemalan plumber?" I had become the go-to person in the building whenever there was a language barrier. I was fluent in 7 languages with some knowledge of 4 more, focusing on the languages most spoken in New York, so I could usually help. I didn't mind. It was a great way to get to know my neighbors. No, mister. Watley, not a contractor this time. I scheduled a viewing of the unit next to you with Jean Fournier, a real estate broker. Jean helps foreign clients, mostly French and German, find housing in the city. But he had a family emergency and can't make it today, but his client doesn't want to reschedule. I have 3 more buyers lined up to look this week, and they don't want to miss their chance. So, does this client speak French or German? She speaks French. Jean says she speaks okay English, but hey, if our resident language expert is right next door, this could be your new neighbor, so if you get a bad vibe, let me know, and we'll make an excuse to keep looking. I laughed. Sure thing, Fred. Send me a text when she gets here, and I'll meet you at the apartment. Well, Yvette wasn't exactly a cat lady, unless you meant like Catwoman from the movies. That day I was useless as a translator because I kept getting nervous around her. It was a problem I hadn't had since college. Luckily, her English was more than good enough, so my help wasn't really needed. Instead of translating, I followed her around the apartment like a lovesick puppy. I'm surprised she didn't get weirded out by the guy next door. I must have made a good impression after all, because before she left, she agreed to rent the place and made a date with me, the spark that had been missing with other women I dated. With Yvette, it was a blazing fire. We just connected right away. She was smart, funny, and absolutely beautiful. Honestly, I felt like she was out of my league. But she seemed to feel the same way about me, which made me really happy. We had so much in common, it was almost scary. We both used to be professionals in suits and ties, but then got rich. I made my money in the stock market, and she won the lottery, which she was a bit embarrassed about. But I didn't judge. After all, I got rich easily, too. I was more surprised they had a lottery in France. We both left our jobs, me in finance, her in marketing, to follow our true passions. I became a translator because I loved languages, and Yvette started a career as a classical musician. She was even great at martial arts. When she found out I went to Sung's dojo regularly, she came along and showed off her skills. She also did Krav Maga like me and practiced savate, which is French kickboxing. If I'm honest, she was better than me, and only my size advantage made us equal sparring partners. Our time together was wonderful. I felt like I had only experienced a small taste of happiness before Yvette. She moved in with me 6 months later when her lease was up, and I was thinking about proposing to her. But there was one big thing in the way. We both had secrets. For me, it was the time loop. It was the most important event in my life. I couldn't keep it from Yvette if I wanted to spend my life with her. Keeping it secret left big gaps in my life story. I had skills with no backstory and made a lot of money in the stock market overnight with no clear explanation. I had a 6-7 year gap in my life. I didn't keep in touch with old friends or colleagues. All my friends now were new. New home, wealth, friends, job. I was a mystery, and Yvette noticed I was hiding something. I could also tell Yvette was hiding something. I had talked with her parents in Paris a few times over Skype, and there were awkward pauses and things left unsaid. It felt much like my calls with my own parents. I thought maybe she had some trauma, like a bad relationship. So I didn't push her, and she didn't push me about my own gaps. But I think we both wanted to open up fully. One night, as we were getting ready for bed, Yvette turned to me. Sam, I love you. I think we both want the same things from this relationship. Well, not quite, I said, making a funny face. Yvette chuckled but got serious again. Stop it, you dork. I'm being serious here. I've never felt this way about anyone, including my ex-husband. But for this relationship to last, I can't have secrets from you. To be fair, she wasn't saying we can't have secrets, but it was implied, and I agreed with her. You're right, I sighed. We both have things to tell each other. I've been putting this off. My story. It's going to sound crazy. I've got some people who could back me up, but... Ha! After you hear my story, crazy won't seem so crazy. My story is nuttier than squirrel turds. I burst out laughing. It was always funny to hear Yvette, with her French accent, say such silly things. She probably looked up these phrases online just to make me laugh. She broke the tension perfectly. I'll go first, she said, before I lose my nerve. Here, watch this first. Yvette had her laptop by the bed. We got comfy, leaning back against the headboard, and she started a video. It was security camera footage from a museum hostage situation. Masked men with guns and machetes stood guard over civilians. As I watched, I realized I had seen this before. It was another terrorist attack by extremists. It happened around the same time as my own run-in with terrorists. I remembered now. Some of the terrorists had bomb vests. When the police raided the building, they found that several local business people had incapacitated most of the terrorists, including all the ones with bombs. As I watched, I saw a woman taking down the hostage takers. She was wearing sensible business clothes, and she moved like a hero straight out of a movie. She took down the first two guys with quick kicks and punches. Then she grabbed a gun from one of them and used it to handle the rest. The press had named her Fleur-de-Lis, like the DC comic book hero. It had been a few years since I last saw this footage, but this time I was paying very close attention. The woman on the screen was sitting right next to me. When the playback ended, there was a long moment of silence. I had to process what I just saw. This was an incredible coincidence, and I wasn't sure if I believed in those anymore. "Well, aren't you going to say anything?" Yvette had been holding my arm while we watched. Her grip got tighter as I stayed silent. I was shocked, but Yvette couldn't know why. Maybe she had been hurt before by men who were starstruck or scared. I raised my hand to calm her down. "Wait here a moment, honey. I need to get something, then we can talk." I got up and went to the closet. I moved a board in the floor, showing a small safe that Yvette didn't know about. Inside was some paperwork, a flash drive, and an iPad. I grabbed the iPad, took it to the bed, plugged it in, and turned it on. "Here," I said. "You need to see this." I sat back down beside her and played the last 10 minutes of a video the North Koreans had shot. It ended with me making a big entrance. My part was over in less than 2 minutes, but the rest showed what had been happening. By the end, Yvette's hands were gripping my arm so tightly that my hand was going numb. "Sam, when did this happen?" "A few years ago. I didn't make the news like you. The terror attack did, but it was downplayed a lot. My name was left out completely. You should be glad for that. I was quite famous for a while, but I started getting death threats right away. With so many refugees coming into Europe and my fame in that world, I was tired of not feeling safe, so I changed my name and moved here." I gave her a hug. "I got some good advice on that, and I've been happy to stay anonymous." "I can't believe I didn't recognize you. These attacks happened around the same time. I remember being very interested in your story because it was like mine in some ways. Hey, you changed your hair. That red looked great on you." "Sorry, sweetie, it was too noticeable. Maybe I'll let it grow out again. You say you followed my media coverage, so your terror attack happened first." I can't tell you exactly. The weeks right after were crazy. I barely had time to think about the holiday." "Holiday? What holiday?" Yvette asked. "Why, National Tapioca Pudding Day, of course. Can you believe terrorists would attack on that day?" I chuckled. I looked at Yvette to see if she was amused, but she had gone very pale. "July 15th, she whispered. "Are you saying that your attack happened on July 15th? I was confused by her sudden seriousness. "Yes. How do you know that? I didn't think anyone actually celebrates Tapioca Pudding Day in America, let alone in France." "I looked it up," Yvette said. "The Louvre attack. It happened on July 15th, 2016. Now we were both as white as sheets. It couldn't be, could it? The same day?" Yvette turned to me. "Sam, have you ever had déjà vu?" But that's another story. Hey, audience. If you like this video and want to keep up with more thrilling stories, make sure to subscribe to Prince Cheating Tales and hit the notification bell. You don't want to miss out on our upcoming adventures. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next wonderful story.